Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, July the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Starkey and Pepe. Thank you very much, guys. You got a bit of a different layout going, guys. I eliminated a monitor last night, and so I am down to two monitors. Did it on purpose. Not quite on purpose. Now, what happened here? The pre-market active's up. Just give me a moment. That's nothing to do with the monitor. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes the top lists, for some reason, every now and then they disappear for about 10 seconds or so. Anyway, so we buy is the big one so far this morning, guys. We buy the big one this morning, and 4.8 million in the float, 99 million have traded already. We buy to become a member of the Pacific Asia Travel Association. So that is the reason for we buy being up as much as it is. LGCL. Okay, so another one of these ones that have popped over, like a big pop in the pre-market and then a big drop, and now well under the VWAP. If there's any news on this one, don't see any news. Now, first of all, before we keep going, Tesla obviously had earnings after hours and has disappointed, to say the least. Wow, down 7% now. I know. Wow, 7% move for Tesla. 2.6 billion in the float. That is a big move, obviously, for Tesla. No kidding. Beat raises now. Texas Instrument, Uri, all those beat raises. All right. Well, here's your bull. Here's your two-time bull for Tesla. And of course, you want to short it. If you think Tesla is going to keep moving down, you can short this one. Or if you think it's finally going to find a bottom, you can buy it. I'm sure there must be a short, but you know what? As long as there's shorts available for these long ones, I don't really care, I suppose. Wow, no kidding. ADVB, thank you. ADVB still alive here, guys. Obi mentioned this one to pop through the VWAP. Yes, still alive. It got up yesterday. It got up to 18, almost $19. It did close down here at 12. So that was a big sell-off from the high of the day. But now it's well above the close of yesterday, well above it, 29%. Maybe it's going to challenge. I'll put a price alert in that area, 1877. I'll put a price alert right there. Maybe it'll challenge the high of yesterday and power right through. EHGO. Okay, guys, this one's on the move right now. EHGO on the move right now, and it's through the VWAP. Any news on this one? Don't see any news. No shorts available for me, Interactive. Now, Monica might be telling me that we can't trade this at Interactive Brokers. It's sort of remembering this one perhaps is something we cannot trade at Interactive Brokers. Thank you, Pepe, in case I'm sorry if I didn't acknowledge. Yeah, you said that now. I saw that now was a beat raise also. Yes. Beat raise for now. Now. Let's look to see if there's an ETF for that one. There are. Okay. Nowl. NOWL. Okay. NOWL is a way to play it also. So NOWL. Very cheap. And let's see the volume. Plenty of volume. No problem there. And the spread's fine. 436, 437. So yeah. So this is a way if you thought now, and it is shortable also. It is shortable in case now runs out of steam. So here's a way in which you can actually, if you thought now the stock is up a little over 5%. This is double the move, 10%. Underneath the VWAP, though, so should now be under the VWAP. Just checking out SpaceX here. So it got down to 114. Remember, we were wondering what was the IPO price? 130, 135? Wonder would that be defended? Well, that's long gone. 135. Thank you, William. Yeah. So that's long gone. That's $20 right now as we speak under the IPO price. What a disaster. Major Domo. Let's see. DOMO. So, well, okay. Had the pop, drop, but sitting on the VWAP. And let's see, up 35%. Not a low flow. 39 million in the float. Any news on it? Let's see. Lake Street upgraded Domo to a buy and a target of 5. What are you now? So it's not. Now, look, if they put a target of 10, that might be a little more interesting. But anyway, that is the reason, I guess. Google had earnings last night. Okay, you're right. Well, of course you're right. I didn't check what happened with Google, and Google, oof, another one gunning. These are big moves, guys. 5 billion in the float, down 5% for Google. Your eyes are on ALA. Okay, let's take a look at ALLE. William says this is a beat raise. Going to be pretty tough, today, and the market is. So I mean, the market is down now. The SPY, anyway. Look at this. Look at this complete. Now, I didn't have enough time to put in the economic calendar this morning. I'll try to do better tomorrow. Let me just check it. I want to see if there's anything on that economic calendar this morning that would have come. Oh, the jobless claims. Yeah, the jobless claims came out at 8:30. So I guess that is what time is that right here? Well, the market was already starting to drift down ahead of that, but I guess the jobless claims did not help. That came out at 8:30. ZCMD is popping. Okay. I don't see it here. So my bias, of course, if the market continues down, even these ones that beat raised, what's the volume like? Not a lot of volume in this Allegiant. Where are they out of? They're out of Ireland. That's right, Ireland. So not a lot of volume here. Let's see if they have an ETF. And they do not have an ETF, a company ETF. Okay, well, for this ETF, let's see, the next low in the monthly chart for that ETF for Tesla, it's been around for a long time. TSLL, the next low is looks like around nine. Well, it's below that. I was going to say 962. Boy, oh boy, this is really. There's a low right there at 646, 864. So I'm sorry, we're at 918 right now. So the next low looks like about 873 on the monthly chart for this TSLL. So we buy now is coming into the VWAP, guys. Okay, WBY, BUY is coming into the VWAP. Will it hold it? Will it hold it? Still up 76%. Moment, guys. I'm just trying to find something. As I say, I dropped a monitor. All right, guys, ahead of the market open at 9:30, let's take a look at the sectors. It's not going to be pretty. Not going to be pretty with that SPY continuing to move down like that. So it's not going to be pretty looking. So I'm going to click on New from our toolbar, click on Dock Channel Bar, and then click on the Show More and go down to the sector status. Find out what the best sector, worst sector is. Really, this was like yesterday. IYT was the top sector yesterday for a while. Shipping, XLE, okay, energy. Let's take a look at the semis though. Boom. Well, actually, silver and gold are the two worst performing sectors right now. Semis are kind of right behind it, but silver is the worst performing sector in the pre-market right now, down 4.4%. And here's your ALLE, William, up 9%. And here's the other one you're looking at, URI. URI is up 5%. These are a couple of earnings plays doing well so far in the pre-market. Amazon's down 3%. They weren't an earnings play, were they? Were they earnings play? They were not. July the 3rd or July 30th earnings. Amazon's down. Wayfair's down. I'm looking at some of the retailers. See if there's anything Wow, healthcare. WST, is this an earnings play? This is an earnings play. WST is an earnings play. I don't know if you looked at that one, William. I can't remember your list, but WST is an earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet. They released pre-market. West Pharmaceutical Services. I doubt if they're going to have an ETF, company ETF. But they're a big move. Float is 70 million, so that's a pretty big move. 29% or 8%. And on the flip side, for bad ones in the healthcare sector, MOH, and this is an earnings play. This is an earnings play. MOH is an earnings play. No volume yet, only 25,000 shares. They release post-market. That's kind of typical. You know, a company releases post-market, the volume is not necessarily huge in the pre-market. Bio is an earnings play. Sorry, it is not an earnings play, but Bio is also down. BIO also down. Not an earnings play, just down. So the healthcare stocks, what's the best one here? Oh, that's right. We looked at the WST. DGX this is an earnings play. DGX is an earnings play. Decent volume, 125,000. This is from yesterday. I probably have to remember to include pre and post market. Let's see, anything else here that's really now? We already talked about now is an earnings play, but most of the tech stocks, let's take a look. Well, of course, TXN is an earnings play, Texas Instruments. TXN is an earnings play. They probably have an ETF. Let me take a look. TXNU, yes, TXNU. Sorry, guys, my keyboard's running out of juice. There we go. Yeah, so TXNU is another way to play Texas Instruments. Let me back this off. A lot cheaper, of course. Volume is not great. No, the volume is not great. Only 10,000 shares have traded in this Texas Instrument ETF. There are shares available, but again, not much volume yet. Anyway, spread is I mean, it's not terrible. 25 cents with only 10,000 shares traded. It looks like it hasn't been around that long. CLF is earnings play. Okay, thank you, Obi. Let's take a look at CLF. Cleveland Cliffs. Yeah, pretty good. 13%. That's a pretty big move with half a billion in the float, over half a billion in the float. Spread is great. 1 cent. Okay, guys. So we buy is still pulling back into the VWAP. Okay. Will it hold it? Will it act as a really good support for WBY? WBUY, we buy. Okay. Will it hold it? 126 looks like yeah, the VWAPs are around 126 right there. That purple line you see on my chart. Here's the ETF for SpaceX, guys. Yeah, so still over 20. SpaceX on the short side. So if you thought SpaceX, SPCX, the stock was going to keep moving down, you could buy this. Plenty of volume. Another one that spread is 4 cents right now, but it's usually very tight. LESL. Let's see this one. LESL is down 39%. For what reason? Not an earnings play. Okay, why is that still stuck on? Just give me a moment. Potential. Well, that was on the 22nd, July 22nd. So, well, that was yesterday. Okay, that was yesterday. Potential Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Okay, that was yesterday after hours. So that's the reason why LESL is down. So will this be a bankruptcy pop? We kid, we do kid about this. Will we get a bankruptcy pop? But we've seen it so many times. I'm not saying it's going to happen today, but that news hit. I don't know exactly when that hit. Shares of pool related companies. Pool related companies. Yeah, that's what it was. They are pool related. It is a pool. I wasn't sure if it meant like a pool of stocks or something, but no, these are these are pool. What other pool related companies are there? If our competitor work now, like obviously Pets is not. So well, PJ obviously not big enough. You mentioned PNR, but there was a fairly late one on our trend reversal scan yesterday. PN. Sorry, this was an awesome one. This was on the trend reversal scan. I mean, look what it did yesterday. I mean, it went from about 485 all the way up to 11 before it pulled back. This was on the trend reversal scan. Closed near the high. Look where it got to. Look at the daily. If you can see my daily chart, you can see that yellow line. That is a 200-day moving average. So it got into the 200-day moving average. Now it's down today, but that was a big, big move. No, no, I understand PR, RR. You just reminded me though of PN. Nothing to do. I know it's an energy play. I don't know why it went, but I mean it went nuts yesterday afternoon. Look at the 50. Look at that. I mean from just a steady rise up until right about here. This is post market though, right? Yeah, it's 4:30. So it's basically steadily up right to about there, almost $10 from $4. That was in the trend reversal scan, which I will actually be displaying today. Okay. As I say, I've reduced, I've taken one monitor off. And I'm gonna let you guys tell me if this is going to be too busy. This is my compare count window up here. No, no, it was flickering the last couple of. I've always thought about anyway, just getting rid of one of the monitors. I don't really need three, but it was flickering, and I thought, I mean, I've had it for years, so it'll be just time. So I decided after hours yesterday to rearrange things, and so far so good. The only thing I don't like is that I can't have as many thumbnail charts. No, the monthly chart is still here. It's just underneath. I've got earnings plays up and down, which I may not display. And then I've got this though, the daily trend reversals. Though that's really the one that I, if I had if you told me I could only have one scan at all, okay, this would be it, the daily trend reversals. Morning, Raf. Yeah, so you'll see my SPY chart all the time now. So yeah, look at that SPY, just complete. Now I know at 8:30 the job numbers came out, but this was already sliding before that. But some job numbers came out at 8:30. I don't obviously I don't it couldn't have been great, but the market was already sliding ahead of that. ZCMD, I don't. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's see. Well, it was going crazy, 778, and then I dropped right back down to where's the VWAP? The VWAP is inside there. So 408. Yeah, so the VWAP's around $4. So will it hold? We were watching the W buy. Let's see if that's holding. It's trying to hold the VWAP, guys. And EHGO is rippage right now. EHGO is ripping. Look at that weekly chart. Lots of room on the weekly chart. 682. It is ripping right now. EHGO. Yes, less than a minute. So what I'm going to do now is get rid of these two. Just minimize. So I do have these. I'm not sure I'm going to keep these up and running. Thank you, William. Yes. Just have to 1 second. Okay, guys. We are now open. Nothing will happen in this scan here until at least 9:35. But Yes, it is. In fact, it's funny, not funny, but yeah, it looks like it opened right at the 200-day moving average. So let's see if this does turn into my favorite day, though. A big gap down in the market, and then a recovery. There's a TSLL again. Wow, I mean, there's a complete meltdown for Tesla now. Tesla the stock is now down almost 10%. And you got out of it, Grumpy. Well, Domo, I know we looked at Domo earlier. Let's take a look at Domo. So Domo's trying to hold the VWAP, and this was upgraded. I mean, the upgrade was up to $5. I mean, so it's almost there. Not that these upgrades absolutely mean anything, but usually that's the reason why a stock gets juiced a bit. But it's almost right there. Doesn't look good for WeBuy right now, guys. WeBuy looks like it's getting down through the. I have to figure out a way to have at least a few more thumbnail charts on my other monitor. Talked about PN in the pre-market. PN's popping again. Look. I mean, it looks like it's having a bad day. Not really. I mean, look where it was yesterday. Where it came from, $4. Sure, it popped up and it closed up here at 933, but it's still well above that open of yesterday. I know some of you, Poe. Where's Poe? Poe loves to trade this one, this Sky Q. I find it very difficult to trade. Just look at 2 days ago, it got up to 465, closed down here at 4. Yesterday, it got up to 473, closed down here at 4. It doesn't seem to be able to hold its gains, but it's moving today. I don't know if there's any news on it. There were some filings. No, today's the 23rd, so I don't see any specific news on it today. But it's all right there. You can see Sky Q right there. So just waiting to see what the first trend reversal is going to be. Now, what you're probably going to get some yellow here because depending what the market does. So the market's having a pop now. Look at the first that first 5-minute bar on the SPY is testing the VWAP already. Boy, Sky Q just ripping here. Pony ripping. Pony AI. Big float. 284 million in the float. SPY getting right into the VWAP. Okay. Look at the SPY. You can see it right at the bottom here. Look at that purple line. That's the VWAP getting right into the VWAP. Will that act as resistance? Okay. So these are company ones, SKDD. So this is the short for us, SK. I can't remember the symbol name. I can't remember what the symbol is for this, but this is the stock is down at least 4%. So you actually have your choice. Ah, okay, I see. Actually, this is up. This is up a lot. This stock, okay, challenging the VWAP. That was the short version. This is the short version of it. So it's down. So the stock is rallying. SK guys, what's the symbol? I just can't remember. SK what for high SKHY or something? Or I'll jot it down. It was SKHY. Thank you. So when you look at SKHY, so it's coming into the VWAP just like the two timer. But it's expensive. So if you want it, so if you thought it was going to continue, I mean, there it is. And the first alert was at 28.66. So yeah, 28.66 was the first alert. Well, most of the time I don't have to, because when usually you'll see the symbol. We'll see the symbol, even though this is the long, the 2-time long. Usually you see the symbol. Like this, you see, I'm typing in TSLA. It's the Tesla bull. They don't go Tesla with the company name. Usually that's what I see. So excuse me, I did not write it down. You're right. Now, gem guys, another cheap one that the market is yeah, it's rallying. It's right at the VWAP now. Okay, guys. Now, the only thing is I don't like trading in the first 15. I probably should have taken this one. I don't mind taking the company ETFs early, but I have a little bit of an aversion to taking the a stock early. Now, JEM is coming into the VWAP, but I mean, does it have a lot of room? It's got room, but look at that. Thank you. I'm glad I didn't take it. Not yet anyway. JEM. I'm wondering if I should show this one or this one. This is the don't repeat version of it. This might be just a little too busy. Well, that was the one. I mean, that's what I mean. I should have I've been talking about taking the company ETFs early. If I get one in that reversal scan, I just didn't do it. Look at Tesla. Oh my goodness. TSLL continues to move down. Wow. Well, will it bounce somewhere? Well, William, you are playing. So you are in it now, 861, 849. Okay, you're in it now. Okay, CJ. Yeah, you're right. CJMB halted on the way up. So this is what we're seeing here. CJMB halted on the way up. This blue window I'm displaying here, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Give me a moment here. So Nikki just showed up. Again, it's a stock, NIKI. I know some of you, this had a massive pop in the pre-market. I got up, massive. Look at that, $18, but it got cut in half. Hard to get behind it, I find. When something like that happened, a lot of pretty good volume. 2.5 million. Also, the spread is not great. 937, 950, not great. Wow, lots of action, guys, already. I mean, CPHI is on the move also. You can see it here. You can probably see it here. You won't see it here. This is not a reversal play. Yeah, I'm wondering if I should, it might just look a little too busy. This is what you can load, though. I'll keep this here for a while, but it might be a little too busy for people. This is a good little scan, guys. Just compare count window, or well, upside versus downside movers. I want to take a look at Merlin. Okay, MRLN. Any volume? Yeah, pretty good volume. Yeah, some good pop here. Didn't see it in the pre-market. Merlin signs an MOU with Israeli Aerospace Industries. That is your news for it. Integration and certification of AI-based autonomy for commercial cargo aircraft. So NVCR is an earnings play, guys, and it's near the high here, right at the high of the day. Novacure is an earnings play. NVCR. Yeah, it is holding its opening balance, and it's now through the VWAP. Okay, so now we're now I think we're down about 9 points at one point. Now we're only down 5 points on the SPY anyway. Let's take a look at the market. Dow's down 360. The SPY is down 5. Qs are down 6, but recovering, rallying. Everything seems to be rallying. Well, that was the one, guys. That was the one. Son of a gun. That is the one, really. That was not. I wonder why it's moving so much. Not an earnings play. And when I say that's the one, that was the first alert, not right at 9:35 at 28.66. Okay, so this is the repeating version. $30. This is the if you wanted to short it, well, you could short that. You could if you think eventually it's going to run out of steam, you could buy this SKDD. Wow. And here's RCAT on the move also. RCAT is on the move. Big rally in the market. Yeah, I mean, now we're only down 5 points approximately. Let's see, can it hold? This is another boy, not very much volume in this one. This is another one for SK, HY. All right, guys. So we did have, I see the RAI has picked on this one, NVCR. What's the spread on this one? Not bad. 27, well, just widen a bit, 27.35. This is from our AI guys. Okay. Okay, sorry. I'm just again rearranging some stuff. So boy, Tesla still continues to move down. What a thumping the stock is taking, guys. It's down over 11%, 11.5% now, or about 11% right now, a little over 11%, the stock, Tesla. This is a way to, if you thought it was going to continue down, you could keep shorting this. Strandley, are you talking about this one for the daily trend reversals? Trader TJ? Okay, what time is it now? 9:47. Yeah, okay, I'll do it. Give me a moment. I go over this in detail at about 10 o'clock, but I'll show you this one right now. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down to the center section right here, custom scans. So there it is. Okay, where are you? Daily trend reversals. Now, if you load it right now, you're not going to see all these previous alerts. Okay, you'll start getting alerts. Well, at 9:48 a.m. Okay, You might see the last yellow and the last blue one, but you're not going to see all these. All depends when you load it. Okay. Now, there's a couple of things, and I'll go over this in a little more detail later. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to go over this in a little more detail later. So I'm not going to give up on Nikki. Okay, Niki. I'm not going to give up on it completely. The alert was at 9:43, so I'm going to put a price alert around right at 9:52, which is the high of right there. The VWAP is far away. I mean, it's far enough away, even if we thought that was going to act as a resistance, far enough away. Traders, I'm sure, are kind of looking at this. The fact that I don't know why it popped up to $18. I don't know how much volume, pretty good volume on that pop, but it came all the way back down. Doesn't mean it's over completely, but not a lot of confidence when something pops up to 18 and then it falls all the way, gets cut in half. We buy, forget it. We buy is now right at $1, so forget that one. Man, this is unbelievable with Tesla, guys. I mean, there's no nobody wants to step in yet. Thank you. Okay, Nikki, thank you, Obi. So that was a 1 for 10 reverse split today. Okay. Well, that was on the 20th. Okay, but that was a recent reverse split. Okay. Well, I got to take a look at this Tesla, the stock. I mean, is there any support? I mean, there's got to be some support somewhere. 327. Let's take a look at that monthly chart. So the next low is 325.60. That's back in not quite a year ago, September of last year. Okay, so there is a low right there for Tesla at 325.60. So we're getting close, $3 from that low. Will that hold it? Oh, look at the SPY now. Whoa, the SPY is now completely starting to give up those early gains. SPY had a nice rally through the VWAP, but now it's starting to drift down again. Sorry, guys, I haven't been able to pay attention to the halls for Zooms. I mean, the Sky Q just absolutely ripped. I've not really been. I think I've traded this a couple of times weeks ago. I just found it a difficult intraday trader, but no question. I mean, Sky Q is doing its thing today for sure, and it's halted. STFS is halted on the way down or up, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure about displaying this. Okay, I'm just not sure. I'm going to have to figure if this is really what I want to do. It's not that I don't want to display it, but it gets a little overwhelming, I think, and people may not understand what's going on. So I want it though. So I have to find a way to place it on my other monitor. All right, William's favorite stock. Super microcomputer is still having a pretty good day. I mean, it's buck in the face of the market. So the market is interesting. Look at this. So he had the big pop, nice rally, a drop through the VWAP, but now a challenge through the VWAP again. I am going to put a price alert at the high here. See if the SPY can get back up to that level, the high of that red bar. What the William's favorite stock? Well, this is the long version of it, SMCL, but super microcomputer. I'm kidding, of course. It's not his favorite stock. He hates it. A lot of ETFs for that for that. There's two on the long side, one on the short side for super SMCI. Well, here's another short for Tesla, guys. TSL, another way to play it. It's not, but the other one is a lot more liquid, more volume. But Tesla continues down. TSDD, yeah. I'm actually don't care, not minding, depending on the price, just shorting the long. I think the ability to buy a short, a short a company ETF is good for people who don't maybe not allowed to short in their account, so they can only buy. So that might help them. But look at TSLL. I mean, continuing. So SKYU came out of the halt and did not pop. How many times was that halted? That was the first halt too. But you're talking more, William, about holding these things, right? I'm not intraday. It shouldn't matter, but the decay, right? Or does it? Maybe I'm. Wow, ADVB guys is now at the high of yesterday, I believe. Let me get rid of some of these. Oh, it does. It happens intraday. I had no idea. But on the long side, it doesn't, or just not as much. Really? I did not know that. So just if you're shorting, even if you're buying a short, like a company short version of a company ETF that you can buy as a short. So you're saying the long doesn't decay though. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, learn something new every day, as people say. So ADVB, yeah. So it had a pop over the hive yesterday. It got up to almost 20, and now it's a pullback. Let's see if it takes it out again. Okay, it doesn't look, this is not shortable for me, Nikki, NIKI, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Doesn't look like it's going to do it. So let's forget about that one. Boy, Sky Q though. So it came out of the halt. It did come down, but excuse me. Then it popped up, came down again. It challenged that high, 627. Okay. So this particular scan, the upside versus downside movers, it's the only one that I've got stocks under 50, under a dollar. My minimum is, that's why I'm seeing this one, this QTEX. So look at the company ETF for SMCI. Now, this is on the short side. This is on the long side. Well, guys, it's 10:01. So you know what that means? That means I'm going to go over my homepage in more detail, showing you the scans, etc., that I'm sharing. My link is not working the way it should. Just give me a moment. Okay. All right. So clicking on my homepage, this is what you should see. Excuse me. You'll get 15% off. If you want to take out a subscription now, you can get 15% off, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Okay. And it doesn't matter if you choose our standard or our premium service. Okay. The 15% on both monthlies and both annuals for those. There's the adverb now, taking out that high again of yesterday. So all I ask is this. If you take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code, whatever it is. I'd have different codes sometimes, depending on, sometimes we have some promos. But if you use my code, it really helps to keep both of these rooms free. I'm moderating 2 rooms, a YouTube room, which I don't know if there's anybody there. Nope. It's very dead, guys. So if you're looking for if you're sitting in YouTube wondering about another room, well, this is it. Come into the trading room, okay? I mean, my druthers, I'd rather just shut down YouTube, free up some screen space, and everybody just comes into the trading room. It's free, a lot more interaction with traders. It's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. So if you're looking for interaction with other traders in the pre-market, you can come into this room. It is free. I don't open it. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me, but I do get on the mic sometime, usually between 9 to 9:15 for both of the rooms, okay? And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it. You can sign up for it right here. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you're thinking about it, click on my homepage link and go down to the education section, click on the more info and where you see getting started with Trade Ideas. So this is mandatory. If you're taking out a subscription now, mandatory you do this. This is 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, is it the right fit for you? Start off with that second video, go to the end. It'll give you an idea about what the program is capable of. And so you can always try us for a month, with a discount. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. But I would do that first before you take out a subscription. Should know what the product can do before you, even if, as a test, why not? These are very short videos. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you, okay? Back to basics, 15 videos. They're all free if you're new to trading. Last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, middle section, here they are. So again, I'm changing up what I'm displaying. I'm not displaying, you can still have the large cap gainers. I'm not displaying it right now. This race right here, though, I am displaying it. And this is the movers upside versus movers downside is up here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Now, I do not have on my homepage the earnings plays up and down. I may put that on my other monitor, but this is what I'm really using, okay? The trend reversals. That is what I'm really using. You can see it right here. Not a lot of different stocks. This was it today. These are two company ETFs for SKHY, and only two other stocks actually showing up. But that is my go-to scan now. I have other scans that I am sharing. You can take a look at them if you want. Both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Don't think that you're interrupting me. Yeah, that's not going to happen, Grumpy. You mean a live feed with me all day long on YouTube? That's not going to happen. With my face, you mean? That's not going to happen. Too much going on for me. I'm not gonna display me for 5-6 hours. There's no way. All right, guys. So the ADVB now challenging 20, challenging 20. Sort of, as best can be expected. Okay, I'll do what I did yesterday. I said, knock knock. Is there any other than Pepe? Is there anybody in YouTube right now? Knock knock. When I did that yesterday, we got at least a couple of responses. Wow, the ADVB now. I wonder. This is, according to this is a lifetime high. Right, look at that. Look at that. That's why you got to be so careful. 2099, and then it gets all the way back down to 1750. Okay, Nikki, Niki, are you ready to? Ooh, you might be. That VWAP is still $1 away. Oh, well, not quite $1 now. I think Nikki's going to get halted. And look at Nikki now. I think Nikki's going to get halted. Maybe not. Maybe not. No, I'm looking now at the bid ask. When I say Nikki, okay, now here's one, AYA, a short opportunity for AYA. Now that weekly, okay, that's way down there. And the next low looking left is 1852. Okay. Now, interesting. This is gold and silver. Now, gold and silver. Oh, that's right. Gold and silver were the weakest, two weakest sectors when we looked in pre-market. They were the two weakest sectors. I want to see if they're still weak. And the answer is yes, they're still weak. Still, silver anyway is still the weakest sector. That didn't have any sort of it had a bit of a rally, but Yes, you can. Now, is there any particular reason, William? Okay, the reason why you want to upgrade to Pro is to have access to the AI, right? That's the reason. Okay. Yeah. So what I would do is this: go to info at trade-ideas.com. That is the company email that everybody sees. Okay, info at trade-ideas.com. Give them your email address that you use to sign up. Okay, and they'll check your account and then they'll figure out, how to upgrade you to premium. Who is this? All right, in our YouTube room, you're talking. It's me from Trade Ideas. Okay, I'm waiting on this one, guys. I'm interested in a short on this. It did show up here, 1926, or actually the first alert was at 1935. So it's a little bit above that right now. I missed it. This is the one I should be in, VIVK. No question about it. The original alert was right here at 2:16. I was watching the AYAI a little too closely. I should be in this one right now. For how long, I don't know, but I should have been in this one. Uh, Next one, next cheap one I'm taking. I don't care what I see. I don't care if I look left. Now it's cut there. I mean, there's the next high looking left. I mean, this is crazy. I should be in this one. I should have forgotten it completely about the AYAI or AYA. What a great alert. Again, I don't, I mean, it's a low float, 647,000 in the float. Not China. I mean, it's a U.S. stock. Almost feel I should be doing it like this, showing you guys and then suggesting you use this like a watch list all day long. You're not going to get too many symbols here. This is the repeating version of it. Okay, but this is it. Okay, but obviously awesome on the SKUU or the SKDD if you shorted it. The VIVK, AYA, jury's out. Don't know about this one yet as a potential short. Yeah, I'm going to have to fiddle around with this. William Albertsons. I think you might have been in this one. This was probably a miss. This is an earnings play, I believe. Yes, it is. July 23rd. Yes, right at the top here. LGCL to short. Well, let's take a look. I'm not sure I would have shorts for that one, but let's take a look. Yeah, I don't have shorts for that one at Interactive Brokers. As far as a short goes, well, I mean, obviously back here might have been, but it looks like it's trying to rally a bit. I mean, it's still up for the day, 56%. So, but I can't recommend it. I mean, it looks like, I mean, obviously you can tell it's trying to rally a bit. Will it, the VWAP's up here at 190, but I cannot short it. No, because I can't short it doesn't mean, that I'm only talking personally. So I could not short this one, but you can tell it's rallying right now. I don't understand the question, Ozzy. When these guys offer two-time ETFs, I said, how do they cover themselves if it goes against them? How do they cover themselves? Well, it's like a stock. I mean, you just sell it when I don't understand what you mean by the question exactly. So SKUU, let's say I was long this one, and finally up here decided to I wanted to get out of it. I just sell it like a stock. If I had decided SKDD and I decided right there that I wanted to short it right there again, but it moves against me, I just buy it and like any other. Well, I don't know if it's got anything to do with the company. It's treated like a stock. Unless I'm just not understanding your question. Maybe I'm just not understanding the question. I mean, I just treat it like a stock. You buy it. If it goes against me, hits my stop, I get out of it. If I short it and it goes against me, so it's just, so I don't quite understand the question, Ozzy. All right. So yeah, so the Iowa is just if I had news on its own, I may have been a little more. It may have worked a little better, but it's tied into what silver's doing, and SLV, in my opinion, anyway. See, SLV had that little rally. Now it's basing here, so I mean AYA. It may give us, but it's so tied into the sector. I don't like trading stocks that are so tied into the sector. Well, let's take a look at some of these ones in the race here, guys. So, okay, Adverb. So it had the massive pop to $20.85. A move all the way down to 15. I mean, this is so wild. I mean, it's only got 860,000 in the float. So that's what you can expect. Some wildness. Actually, ADVB is halted on the way up also. So let's take a look at where could it open. So yeah, not a big clue. 1817, the halt is 1822. So this blue window that I'm displaying has got nothing to do with trade ideas. So how the mechanics of how an ETF? Well, there are companies out there like Granite and Direxion. That's what they specialize in, ETFs. Don't ask me how they do it, but that's what they do. I mean, ETFs have been around. Company ETFs is a relatively new phenomena, relatively new. The first one I can remember is Nvidia. Okay, a few years ago, but relatively new. But in terms of ETFs, I mean, there are companies like Direxion and Granite. They create like how they do it. Don't ask me. But just treat it like a stock. It's just you just treat it like a stock. And how they create the double or triple action, again, I don't know the mechanics of it. Guys, here's Intel. Okay, so Intel, the stock must be up about 1.35% or 1.8% or so. No, I'm sorry, a little over 1% at 1.25%. Okay, the stock. This is a double version of it, so that's why that's up to. Let's just take a look at Intel, INTC. You can see just a little over 1%. Not an it is an earnings play, post market, so it has earnings after hours today. Okay. Okay, so William says they use options. Okay, so yeah, I've never really. Maybe I'm not. I don't have the inquiring mind so much about how these things are created. I just accept the fact they are, and I just trade them like a stock. Man, Tesla just keeps moving down. So Tesla, if you're wondering why didn't it show up on the reversal scan? Well, this was not up at least 5% yesterday. If you're wondering. Well, there are single versions, of course, Ozzy. I mean, there are well, I shouldn't say every one of them has a single version. When I say a single, I mean this might be in fact a single version instead of the double the move, just the normal move. But I mean, yeah, I don't think it really to understand it. I mean, just treat it like a stock. If Tesla moves up 1%, TSLL will move up 2%. That's all you really have to know. But if Tesla, the stock, moves down 1%, then TSLL, the company ETF, will move down 2%. And again, the attraction of them typically is not so much you get double the move. The attraction is that they're usually so much cheaper than buying the stock. So some people don't want to, buy a stock that's $1,000, but if they can find a company ETF that's 20 or $30, it just makes it a little more easy mentally, I suppose. I know it shouldn't matter, but it does. It can matter mentally. Now, the thing about Tesla is that it looks like it has many ETFs that have been developed. So the idea then is to, well, depending on the price, but you want to make sure it's got volume. This one's got volume, and you look at the spread, and if the spread is, it's a 1 cent spread for TSLR as an example. But these are different companies, like Granite. This is Granite, a company that creates ETFs, not just company ETFs, but ETFs in general. This is Direxion. Okay. So there are different companies that create these company ETFs in general. And I'm sure they're finding a gold mine in creating these. Yeah, I shouldn't say, yeah, they don't make the gold mine, but the brokers love it. Gotta love it. Again, there's people out there that just say, I don't want to buy, no matter, even if it doesn't make that much sense, but why am I going to buy? Like, you look at Micron, okay? I know we're sort of dwelling on this. It's $1,000. People will just look at that. I'm not buying that. I am not buying that. Even if sure, you could take fewer shares and get that same kind of move. But then you look at MUU, which is the 2-time long it, at $37. So you tell me, most people will look at $1,000 stock, even though in principle it shouldn't matter, on the percentage moves and all. But they look at this at 36 and go, okay, I can buy that. Or MUD, I think MUD is might be the short version of it. Yeah, this is the short version. So if you thought Micron was going to move down, you could buy MUD. Okay, it's $10 instead of shorting a $1,000 stock. It's just psychological, in my opinion. It works. It works for me. Well, guys, I mean, that was a decent long from the AI for a while, but I mean, I think it's just succumbing to the market, even though it's an earnings play. NVCR, it is an earnings play, but so they tend to trade on their own. That's why it is up 24%, but drifting down now. So I mean, in theory, just because I use when I can pay a lot, I haven't been able to pay really any attention to it today, but I use it like a watch list. Just because the AI says, well, the suggestion was to go long and it worked for a while, doesn't mean you can't turn around and short it. What the AI is doing for me anyway, is just presenting stocks that are in play. Doesn't mean I have to absolutely go in the direction. And that line right there is the next low on a daily chart somewhere. So the interesting thing about the upside versus downside movers, when the market's moving down, I mean, the market is, again, Qs are, I mean, the Dow is just getting hit. The SPY is getting hit again. The Qs are getting hit. So when you see the odd green here, this is running completely counter to the market. So you'll wonder, well, why? Now, is it an earnings play, which it is not? in this particular case, EQPT is not an earnings play. Okay, I'm going to do this nonsense again with the, just give me a moment, okay? All right, I just wanted to get this all covered up on the bottom. So anyway, yeah, EQPT could be interesting. The next high in a weekly chart is 1970. So there is certainly room. And just wanted to see if there's any specific news. I don't see any news on it. It's just a little hard to commit to going long when the market's doing this. And I don't see any news on this one whatsoever, EQPT, but it's obviously running counter to the market. So is PAVS right now. Yeah, okay. That's from your scan. That's consolidate. Look at the consolidation on the weekly. Had one mass, well, did not get up to 2,600. Okay, this has done many reverse splits. That is reverse split adjusted. All right, guys. Well, let's see. EYPT, is it going to work? Give me a moment. Again, the next high on a weekly chart, it's got room 1970. Just want to see if we can get into the 1930s. So remember, in this compare count, what the upside versus downside movers, there is a volume component here. Okay, so for those of you who don't mind stocks under a dollar, this is showing up OMH. Oh my home. Oh, that's right. This was the one from 2 days ago when it got up to 120, closed down here at 80 cents, all the way back down to 30 cents yesterday. What a mess. All right. Is Tesla finally found a bit of a bottom here? Okay. I'm going to look at TSLL. Has it finally found a little bit of a bottom here? This is the two-time ETF for Tesla. Look at look at the volume. Remember the other one I saw? It had nowhere near the volume. 88 million shares have traded. And it is, and this is optionable. So that's what you're saying, William. They sort of hedge against options or something to that effect. So this is optionable. 87,000 contracts so far today for this TSLL. Okay, guys, keep an eye. If you have our AI, keep an eye on this NVCR. Okay, why? We may get a reentry. The reentry would be approximately. Let me do some quick math. Looks like 60 cents, 30 cents, 57, 57. Okay, you'll get an alert around 19. I'm going to put a price alert right around here. See if it gets close to 1957. So what am I talking about? So it hit the stop, but remember, you could have made money going long early, just had to manage the trade. It did hit the stop though at 1927. Okay, the original alert was at 1987. Do quick math, that's a 60-cent difference. So halfway, if it gets halfway between these two, which would be 30 cents, so add 30 cents to 1927. You don't have to do all the math, but you'll get a reentry here at the price. Okay, you'll get a reentry at 1957 if it hits it. Okay, only if it hits it, of course. So you can put a price alert if you want, but you'll get an alert at 1957 if it hits it. That could give you an opportunity to trade it either again or for the first time. Now, I will not short this as I don't think I even have shorts available. No, I don't have shorts available. Remember, in yellow, it's a suggestion to short. In powder blue, a suggestion to go long. Take a look at the AYA. I think Mobilize an earnings play. I believe MB and it was positive early on. It was positive right up here. What time is that? That's at 6:30 this morning. Got up to 983, and that's MBLY. But now, so it was very positive when it was up here, and I believe it. Yes, it is an earnings play. So it is sinking now. Not a great day to be releasing earnings for most companies, even if they're positive. I mean, this one is still CGS or CCS. You can see that it is still, it's hanging underneath the VWAP. Bitcoin's not down that much, guys. I'm looking, from yesterday's close, $800. It's still at 65,000 approximately. All right, this Sora, what is this one doing? That was halted, well, had a massive pop, halted on the way down, looks like. SORA, that's Asia Strategy. Okay. Engages in the trading, distribution, and retail of luxury watches of international brands. Who buys watches these days? I mean, these are luxury watches, obviously, but who buys watches these days? I mean, watches. I'm talking, I have a smart watch, of course, or my Garmin, but I'm talking about just normal watches. Ah, Poe, I knew you would do it. So you're dipping in the SKY. I'm sorry. There it is, SKYQ. Now, I do see that AYA is back at the original alert price. Okay, 935. It's there. It had to move up. Got stalled at the VWAP. What is silver doing? I just don't like trading stocks that are so tied into the sector unless they have news on their own. Interesting though, AYA. I mean, silver is still kind of hanging up here. It has not it's not dropping, whereas AYA, which is a silver play, is doing this. Hmm. All right. I had hopes for Nikki, but I think they're dying now. NIKI had some hopes for this one if it could maintain up in this area. Probably another ETF, company ETF, MSFD. It's like a Microsoft bear. So if you thought, well, Microsoft, MSFT, the stock moving down, what's the volume like? Not bad, 450,000. More about the spread, and the spread is yeah, a penny. Spread's a penny. So if you thought Microsoft was going to keep moving down with the market, you could buy that one. You'll get double the move. Oh, I'm sorry. This is most of the bears are just a one timer, I think. The ones I've seen, they're just a one time. So if Microsoft moves down 1%, this will move up 1%. It's not a two time. Again, I may be wrong, but I think most of the bear ETFs for companies I see are one time movers. Boy, I mean, if this were a different day, look how much room this GPU has. I remember this day. Well, this was yesterday. Got up to 947, closed down here at 711. I actually remember the previous 2 days. I don't really recall it yesterday how much, but and the reason why it's not going to show up in the trend reversal scan is that one of the filters here, it has to be above yesterday's high. So it certainly is a reversal, but it is not above yesterday's high. Wow. There's this quantum scape. QS is just, this is an all-time, not quite a lifetime low. Not quite. Take a look at the sectors now, guys. I think healthcare is still reasonable. I see IBB is up. Yeah, so healthcare stocks are the ones today. Take a look at the sectors. I'm going to click on new from the toolbar and then click on dock to channel bar, dock to channel bar. Whew, a little bit worried on that little move. I decided, okay, let's see if this has a run now. I wanted to get it into the mid 30s. Just running counter to the market, EQPT. Let's take a look at the, I'm going to click on new from our toolbar, then dock channel bar, not channel bar, but docked channel bar. Click on the show more. Wow, EQPT did it for me. Okay. Click on the sector status. Let's see if there's any major change. Well, XLI. Okay, now NVCR is now back halfway. Let me just take a look at the status. Let me take a look at silver. Okay, so silver is still weak, but I wanted to look at healthcare. Healthcare, most of the stocks are up. Okay, 70%. With that, so what these numbers refer to, these percentages, this means that the stocks that make up XLV, as an example, 68% are up from yesterday's close, 32% down. So the top one right now, I mean, very expensive. So there may be a company ETF. I'm not going to search right now, but Thermo Fisher, 2.55 million. So I mean, it's certainly okay. I have my curiosity peaked. Let's see if there is one for TMO. There is not one. All I'm doing, I'm just going to this. This is a great website that was pointed out to me, I think last week. You type in the symbol, and you can tell whether or not there's an ETF, company ETF. So I typed in TMO, and there is not one. If I type in, oops, you just have to click on the magnifying glass. So if I type in Microsoft as an example, and you can say a whole bunch of them. Okay, a whole bunch of them right down here. So anyway, guys, this might be a way in which some of you, or the only, oh, Tesla just took another hit down. The only reason you use trade ideas, maybe coming to this channel and just finding the top stock and the weakest stock in a sector. You don't have to look at every single sector, of course. And look at retail. I mean, 92% are down. For some reason, Casey is up. And I don't think it's an earnings play. I think it had earnings. I don't know when it had earnings. Well, that can't be the reason it's up. Nice job if you can get it. His total, the CEO's compensation was $14.7 million. Chump change for Elon, but for most of us, that'd be pretty good. But most of the stocks in retail are down. What's the worst one? So here's Wayfair, W. It's not an earnings play, it's just retail stocks are getting hit overall, like the market. So here's Wayfair, W, down, DoorDash, down, Amazon, down. A big move for Amazon. I mean, 5% with that float, 9.7 billion in the float. That is a big move down. So again, this is the sector status channel. Boy, many company ETFs coming through this. Now, if you don't want them, there's a hack. If you don't want to see ETFs in this, if you're interested in this particular scan, what it's doing, it's taking two. I'll just show you. Basically, it's taking two competing scans, competing in that they basically have the same filters, same price range, volume, things like that. Except show me the stocks with those filters that are making new highs of the day versus the ones making new lows of the day. Okay, so if you don't want to see the ETFs, then you could add the earnings per share to it and put in the mid. Well, if somebody's interested, I'll show you how. Personally, I want to see these ETFs, but and actually, when you load, if you loaded it right now from my homepage, you would not see the ETFs, be they company or any other ETF. So there's there's Peloton, PTON. Why does Peloton still exist? I don't know. PTON, not quite a lifetime low, not an earnings play, just down. Cheers to you, Juan. Look at TE. Okay, you're making me look. Look at TE. Like most things, down. Sort of semi interested in this short, but I think for me it's just too close to the whole number. And the next low looking left, let's say on the weekly chart, what's that low? 820. So the next low, 764. I mean, that's a lot of room underneath on the weekly chart for this TDAY. USA Today. Oh, that's the newspaper, obviously. Remember when they first, I don't know how many years ago they came out, but I think I may be wrong. I think they were the first mainstream newspaper to have color. And that's what really set them apart. I think. Somebody feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, I'm not going to recommend either way. I mean, TE to me is relative volume is not great. I mean, it's only 0.69. That means it's not trading normally. Okay, number one. I don't find a big edge. I mean, obviously, up here would have been a lot better to short it on a break of 6, perhaps, but I don't see a massive edge in this one. Now, William. Play Misty for me, MSTY. Okay, so it's another ETF for. Oh wow, this is the this must be the long for MSTR. Must be. Yeah, I've never heard of the old grit. You talking about like the party, the grits? Another ETF for Oracle. Just wow. I mean, this is just a pretty bad day, guys. Market had a little glimmer of hope here for the SPY anyway, from 1738 up to 742, but could not maintain. Now it looks like SPY's at the low of the day. Dow is off almost 500. Qs are off 13. Oh, NVV. You see how this works? I mean, generally speaking, when you see a stock in here, there's a volume component to it. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. Not just an absolute volume, but if I click on the configure for the green data, so you can see the volume in the last minute is at least 300% of normal. So usually when you when you see these alerts, the volume is coming in. Okay. And this is what I'm talking about. You just flip what can be flipped will be flipped. You can obviously flip a new high to a new low. This will work in the pre-market, and the price has to be down at least 2% from yesterday's close. So what can be flipped will be flipped, if that makes sense. The other one, the price had to be up at least 2%. And of course, these were all new high alerts. All right, Corsair. So this is yeah, gaming stock. You make mice and keyboards and maybe other things, but it's got room. 961 is the low looking left, but it's too, for me, it's just too close to that whole number of 10. 10 could hold it up psychologically. If this were up, if I'd seen it, I could have probably seen it a little bit earlier. Lyft is not an earnings play. How's Uber doing? Straight down. Yeah, they're both the same. Uber and Lyft are both the same in terms of the pattern on the 5 minute, both straight down. Here's your news. Usually that's good news. I mean, I hate to say it, like, but cuts 10% of its customer service jobs to embrace AI. I'm glad I'm not trying to get out there in the job market. And this particular, if you want to call this a job, it'll be replaced too. I'll be replaced. Bleecker, okay, thank you. I didn't see that, William. So another one of those short sellers. Oh, was that for? I'm sorry. Yeah. So Lyft. Yeah, you said Lyft. This is what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm seeing it right here. Bleecker Street. This is a report on the company titled Lyft. Massive liabilities, limited capacity to pay them, a deteriorating, very tough word to say, business outlook. I guess but they're not dumping on Uber, but I mean, Lyft is the poor second cousin, obviously, for compared to Uber. But Uber's not doing well either. Today, it's not doing well. I'm not saying no, not comparing it to Lyft in terms of overall. This was my favorite ETF when I started doing this. The company ETF for Meta. This is a two-time long, but I was shorting it, going long it. Yeah, so this is showing up here, but I cannot short this. I don't. First of all, well, there are shares available. 629,000, but the next low looking left is very close. I know I said I would disregard that yesterday after many of the ones that I saw on the long side were just blasting right through that next high. Surprised there are shares available. 629,000 at Interactive Brokers. The reason why NDV is showing up here is that it had that pop, and now the big drop, and it resumed. I see it resumed. Okay, it resumed. So it came out of the halt, looking pretty good, but then the drop, and it looks like it could get halted again. Man, boy, this was at one point. There's a fairly high flying IPO. 2692, I think, was the high, and now 745. I mean, it's not quite a lifetime low, but let's see, where could there be some support on a monthly chart? 743 on a monthly chart. That is back in April of this year. Yeah, this takes out that 743. I mean, this could turn into a great short at ALOY. It's testing right now in that area. I'm talking about the ALOY. Wow, so the SPY's making a new low here, guys. Just absolutely. I mean, you can see what happened. It got a little bit above the VWAP, and then a few times struggling to get through it again, and then the buyers gave up. They let the sellers take over, and that's it. Ugh. I'm just looking here. ADVB resumed. Well, EQPT definitely running completely counter to the market, guys. I have no idea why this is moving. I keep looking to see if there's any, I'm just trying to see if there's any news on this one. I just don't see any news on EQPT. Construction, mining, and forestry, machinery, but I mean, this has been a fantastic, fantastic one, and that showed up here. Okay, remember, it showed up here. It's one of the what I was saying is that when you see something in green here on a day where the market is just getting trashed, you click on it, see what's happening. Just, I mean, and that's what I did. Basically, that's what I did for the EQPT. I had to suffer through this little pullback here, but man, I mean, it is just moving really well. I just try. Okay, the question is in our YouTube room. What am I using for news? I just look at my Interactive Brokers headline. Okay, nothing. I have Interactive Brokers. That's my brokerage platform. So they have a pretty decent news service. Is it absolutely up to date, instant, but it's pretty good. And so that's why I'm saying I'm on EQPT right now. I don't see any news on it today. I mean, I see previous days news, but I don't see anything specific for it today. Okay, well, listen, this is the high right there. So 1970, and it got to 1966. So you know what I'm doing, or okay. So I've sold off some of this, okay, because it's coming right into that high here. Well, it's hard for me to tell you, Wilf, and not that I don't want to tell you. I think it's a matter of unlocking. I think it's a matter of unlocking your work space or whatever it's called. Okay, and then you move, and then see, it's well, I'm moving around because it's free floating. Okay, and I place it where I want on my monitor, and when I load Interactive Brokers, it's always going to be in the same spot. Okay, but I think it's a matter of unlocking it, and then you move it around. But I once it's unlocked, free floating, it's not unlike our dock channel bar. You just unlock it or create free floating. I'm not sure of the mechanism. I'll be honest, I'm not sure of the mechanism. I've got that. That's for my news also, for my how many shares are available to short. Maybe ask Gemini or something. Okay, I'm sure it'll tell you. So Pepe's saying you have to unlock it. Yeah. Okay. So I notice I'm not going to do it. Okay. But I notice file. If I click on file and then under layout, there is unlock layout edit mode. So that's how you can edit it. Ah, okay. That seems pretty under layout. There's an option that says unlock layout. And so when you do that, then you should be able to take anything you've got in your layout, move it outside, put it wherever you want. It's amazing. I mean, I know I repeat myself a lot, but I've had this program, Interactive Broker, since 2016. In the first week, I created everything that I have still been using for, well, the only thing I may have added was the ability to see how many shares are available to short. I think I probably added that sometime after that. But other than that, I have not changed my layout or anything about it. And I think I'm probably one of the fortunate ones. I only had to call them once in the first week. And, they answered my question and that was it. That's it. I've never had to call them in 10 years, over 10 years with them. Again, I do not work for Interactive Brokers. Okay. And remember, I'm in Canada, so I have very limited choices of brokers compared to you guys in the States. So, but I'm super happy with Interactive Brokers. Okay, thank you, Rich. Wonder why that's not showing up. So the reason is UIPT, because there had to be a reason. Not that it, completely matters that you have to see it. You see it. You just had to know there had to be a reason for it moving higher, with the market being down. So Rich is saying that, yeah. So the official authorization of a massive they should probably say up to $500 million share buyback program. Okay, it probably should say up to. All right. Well, even this one now, it's taken a while, but Alloy is starting to move down a little bit. I am in this one on the short. It says I'm in it for the pennies now. To the good for the pennies. Totally out of the EQPT now, of course. I mean, you can just see what happened. It got really close to that high on the weekly chart. Pretty tough to hold, something long on a day where the market's doing what it's doing. Where did you find that news, Rich? Just out of curiosity, for the EQPT. Normally, Interactive Brokers is pretty darn good. Another one, guys, underneath a dollar. For those of you who don't mind looking at stocks under a dollar, YOOL. This is under a dollar. On a low float, 69 million. You would wonder, when are they going to have to do a reverse split or something in order to get their price over a dollar so they can maintain a NASDAQ listing? Yeah, where are you finding that, Rich? William has a sort of an instant news service, and it doesn't show that. Not saying it's not out there. I'm just wondering where you found that news for the EYPT. Okay, the clock's ticking. You've got 1 minute. All right, I have to start looking at alloy now to see where could it go. I know it had room. That's why I took the trader course, the short. It has room. Um, what did I say? Yeah, that monthly low is 743, so it's below that monthly low now. And where is the next now? It's I think what happened here, well, yeah, this is an IPO, and that would be the all-time low. I guess. No, 8.3%. I don't know if this is a symbol name change. Don't often hear that though. Ahmad, bitter support team. That's what I used to always hear. Yeah, but IB has terrible customer support, and I say, well, luckily I haven't had to use them in 10 years. So you're kidding me? Yahoo Finance had it. Well, I do. Yeah, I mean, I do see some news. Don't get me wrong. I see news, for iPoint, but I don't see that specific thing about their, authoring an up to a $500 million share buyback. I don't see it. I do see the the target lowered to 30 from 33 at JP Morgan, but Tesla all day short, turning into like an all. Not that I'm in it, but it's basically turning into like an all day short. This is the company ETF that you would buy if you thought Tesla was finally going to have a bounce. Yeah, so there's the word. You can buy up to. Well, I guess I should. I'm out of the alloy, guys. I was hoping it would get back, maybe it will get into the 720. So I'm basically got alloy flat. I mean, I may regret that, but oh, I see. So this NVVE is halted again on the way up. All right, where could this open? So here's your halt price, 859, 849, sorry, 850. No big clue as to where it's going to open. Again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Did that work, by the way, Wolf? Unlocking it? Did you figure out a way using the unlock, and then you can move anything you want, take it out of the layout, move it around, and then you lock it again. So place it wherever you want on your monitor, and then lock it again. I'm assuming that that's what you do. But anyway, here's your halt price. Now, again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's the halt price at 849, potential open, no big clue as to where it's going to open. Look at all these ETFs for for Tesla. I feel silly for not being in one of them. PAVs halted on the way up. Okay, let's take a look at PAVs. Yes, it is halted on the way up. So I had the big massive pop and then the big drop, and now so it's halted on the way up. Let's take a look at that one to see where it could open. So looks like it could be a positive open. Okay, there's the halt price 691, potential open at 7. Again, if you're not familiar with halts and resumes, they are typically 5 minutes long. We had some yesterday that were a lot longer, some of these real cheap ones, low floaters. And this, in theory, could be longer than 5 minutes, but typically they are 5 minutes long. So if it is 5 minutes, that'll be 11:27 plus 30 seconds. That'll open. This number can change, of course, over the course of 5 minutes. It's been a fast morning for me. It's already 11:24. So today is Thursday. So it should be Steve Gomez today. He'll take over for me in our YouTube room. So you know what? Even though there was a reentry on the NVCR, it's just I think it's just too hard today to commit to going long and thinking that a stock, even though it obviously had great earnings or the reaction to earnings is great. Obviously, it's up 24%, but I think trying to maintain a long position in any. I'm just looking at some of the earnings plays. If I did this position in the day's range, okay, at least you see, so there, but only 5,000 shares have traded. I'm looking at stocks that are near the high of the day, and I don't see anything that has any, volume. Should I actually add a volume component to it, to this? So what I've done is I'm sorting on the change from the close, but you can just sort of see. I mean, this one is not bad. THRM. I mean, THRM actually is pretty darn good when you look at it. It's an earnings play, not a ton of volume, but enough. Fairly low float, 30 million in the float. Now, before we go crazy on it, let's take a look at the spread. I mean, it's not wonderful, 32.57. It's not as bad as I thought it might be. So let's say a 20-cent, a little 25-cent spread. Not great, but if it's going to continue to move higher, completely bucking the trend of the entire day, and this is not a lifetime high. Let's take a look on the monthly chart. Where is the next high? Next high is, so we're at 43.57. So the next high on a monthly chart is 43.99. Pretty close. and that is December of 2024. So if I had, you know what, I mean, I may have to, if this breaks through the VWAP, which it is, it's underneath the VWAP, I may take a look at a short on this one, that's NVCR. Probably not over yesterday's high yet, though, is it? Yeah, not that it has to be, but I was mentioning this. You probably heard me, Obi, mentioning this one in the pre-market. The run it had at the end of the day, it was in the daily trend reversal. Had an amazing run. If you look at the 15-minute chart, you can see where it came from, and it was a trend reversal. I think the alert was around 480, and before it pulled back at all, got up to 10. This is post-market. I mean, it was an amazing run from the trend reversal. Don't often get them that late in the trend reversal. Usually, if the trend's going to reverse, it's fairly early in the day. But this, boy, that was an amazing run. So it's not going to show up today as a trend reversal, obviously. Well, you see, yeah, the VWAP for me, well, it is. It's the same. It is the same. When I say the same, okay, the VWAP is 1966, and on my chart, it's about the same. Remember, I'm using that line, that purple line is the VWAP for me, and that does incorporate pre-market data. This one, in theory, doesn't. Now, it is a positive earnings play, so I mean, it's one of the few that are probably, well, not few. I mean, these are all positive earnings plays too, but come on. Okay, guys, in about half an hour, I'll be taking a break. I just want to confirm that it's going to be Steve taking over for me in our YouTube room. Come on, get into the teens. Yes. All I had to do was say get into the teens, and it did. Briefly. Yeah, the spread is not good now on the. Come on, got to catch. That ass has to catch up to the. There, come on, catch up. Is what I'm talking about. 1914, 1922. To see it catch up a little bit more. Tricky game though, trying to short a strong stock, even if the market is weak. All right, guys, confirmed. Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room in about 27 minutes from now at noon Eastern time. Okay, what's happening with this one? TMDE, and again, another one bucking the trend. Real cheap one, just over a dollar now. And the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 105. Boy, if it takes that out, boy, this is an interesting one. It's through the 200-day moving average, okay? And a real cheap one. But the next high on a weekly chart is 105. And then after that, the next high is way up there. I'm going to put a price alert there. Energy, of course, is one of the stronger sectors. So I'm going to put a price alert there. Oh, this might be of interest to you, the TMDE. It's not a pullback, but it's a cheap one. And you can see if it could take out that weekly high. I'm not saying to do it, but it's got a lot of room on a weekly chart. If it can take out that weekly high right there, which is 105. Too bad. I had a little profit in the NVCR, but I ended up taking a little bit of a loss. Okay. It flashed into the teens, but only on the bid. The ask never got there. Now, it might turn into that long. It's got, but the re-entry price, especially if the market has any sort of recovery, the re-entry price was 1957. So we're still about 20 cents below that. I'm going to put a price alert there. So maybe later on the day, maybe if it can get back up there, it's still positive for the day, big positive for the day. Somebody asked about a short on LGCL. Nope, not. But you can see. I mean, if you had shorts available, this would have been maybe the plan. If you had shorts available, wait to see if it could get close to the VWAP. Okay, right up there in that area. What did it get to? Got almost there, within 7 cents of the VWAP. You could have been watching that if you had shorts available. I did not have shorts available. Here's another one. Here's ACI moving up into the VWAP. The VWAP has acted as resistance on the way up. And now, the move down again from the VWAP. Mm. So Pepe, I mentioned a while back that one of my monitors was flickering and it looked like it was dying and it was going to be over. It came back and it was okay for a couple of days, 3 days in a row. I I decided to disable it yesterday, and why I was concerned because I was hearing noise from my computer a lot more. So would that have caused that? Like a monitor that is sort of, now I hear nothing. Yeah, that's what I thought because my computer now is like it was when I had the thermal pasting done a year ago. I did check the cable. Well, check it. I mean, best I could in terms of being plugged in. But you know what? I'm finding I don't need it. I really almost wanted to get rid of one monitor anyway. It's find it easier. I don't have to move my head back and forth all over the place. So I'm down to two, but I find it's okay. So linking. I have Wolf. I've never really had to follow how I now. I think the idea would be to, how do I do it every morning? I load trade ideas first and then interactive brokers, and it's always connected. So my guess is you just do the reverse, close down interactive brokers, and then trade ideas afterwards. And I'm assuming that would work. Pepe would know better, but I'm assuming that would work. What we're talking about, I've never had a loss in, well, never, rarely have I had a loss of connection when I load trade ideas every morning. Interactive brokers is always connected. But what I want to do but so that's what I do. In the morning I load trade ideas and then I load interactive brokers. So I'm assuming if you did the reverse, exit out of, yeah, it makes sense to me because you've established the link from within trade ideas. So so if you close IB and then you close trade ideas, it makes sense that that link is remembered. But you know what? I'm actually not minding only having the two monitors. I don't really need. I've never really needed three monitors for the last little while, anyway. Okay, here's a TMDE. Now, also the NVVE triggered here, and it's a wild one. I mean, with that float, you've got to be awfully careful, really careful. Let's see if it takes out 9 again. I mean, if it does, what's the next high looking left on the daily chart? The next high is 1118. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. 950 is the next high. Yeah, I mean, I know I don't want to be too biased about that. It's only one day. So my screen didn't just flicker. The monitor turned, well, not didn't turn off. It went black. It wasn't just flickering. It turned black. So it wasn't just flickering. It's old. I mean, the monitor is super old. All right. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness. NVVE guys. Oh man. I'm sorry. I mean, you got to be on your own when you're trading these. I mean, when I say, I mean, I'm not going to, but what did I say? I said if it takes out nine again, but believe me, I had my finger on the submit button both times because you cannot wander away from your computer. I wish I could say I got out right at 977, but no. And it may blast through 977, but I can't take that chance. But the trend reversal strikes again. Even though this looked like, I mean, it was so far extended, but it had to wait. What did it have to wait for? It had to wait for a break of yesterday's high. So that would have been, 887 certainly is not that. But what else did it have to wait for? It is possible. The relative volume right now is 5.7. It's possible that it wasn't until 887. I know I could do a look back and see what the filters were showing. But remember, down big yesterday, but up big today. And so one of my filters, I think 3%, 3%, yeah, 3%. Current volume had to be at least three. Okay. And that's probably if I use the stocks like this, my template, it would probably show that the current volume was not three until it hit 887. I might look at it when I'm on my break because it's only five. Well, now it's 7.7, but and you can see it's increasing. When 30 seconds ago that was five. Remember what the relative volume is? The relative volume is the relative volume. That number means it's trading seven times normal up to this time of day, 11:46 a.m. Eastern time. It is time of day sensitive. So just to put another reason for me to get rid of a monitor is it's like having a house. Okay, you'll fill up your house if you've got 10, if you've got four bedrooms or whatever. You'll probably find a way to fill up those rooms. If you only had two bedrooms, you wouldn't be able to do that, right? If you sort of so if I have three monitors, I'm going to find a way to fill up that other monitor. And I had too many other things going on. It was that simple with trade ideas. I had too many other things going on. As I said earlier, if this is the only thing that if I could only have one scan, this would be it. I don't get too many alerts. But then you use it like a watch list, just because the Sora. I mean, Sora in theory, what is it doing now? Yeah, I mean Sora. Yeah, the idea was to short at 166. Okay, that was the idea, but doesn't mean that when it came down here at 166 didn't budge from there. You could have turned around and said, you know what, this looks like it's basing. I'm going to go long. I mean, as a watch list, it's just alerting you to stocks that are really interesting. Because remember, just because when a stock reverses, the day before there was a lot of positivity about it. So it doesn't mean that's completely over just because it's reversing down today. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody mentioned STC earlier. I'm sorry, as a potential short from our AI. Well, I mean, when was the alert at 10:05 at 66:55? You see, it didn't hit the stop. That's 10. Yeah, that's what time is that? That is, yeah, way after. So it actually, from the time of the alert, it actually moved higher, but did not hit the stop. And now at this point, it's working not badly. It's about a $2 move, and it is an earnings play, and it's a weak earnings play. Weak, and that is down for the day. Oops. So 3 trades a day, guys. Did nicely on the EQPT. Took a loss on the little loss, well, manageable loss on the ALOY, and lucked into a real quick trade on the NVVE. And that's it. What's my take? I know CLF is an earnings play. That's about all I know about it. That it's an earnings play today. Pretty choppy though. I mean, if you're a VWAP type player, it's through the VWAP again. But for me, it's just a little too choppy. For me, I'm going to look back on my exit of NVEE or NVVE and say, why did you get out? But I know it hit 1055. But anyway, getting back to the CLF, I mean, to me, it's just a little too choppy. Look at the wave. Now, don't let me stop you. If you want to trade, I mean, the good thing is that it's just over the whole number, I guess. But, you look left and it may have a lot of resistance to get through, not that far away, less than 20 cents away. So high of the day was up here at 11:30. So it's not that far from the high of the day. Look at that. I mean, 1050 down to 939, just like that. Oof, this is ugly. AMPL. This is very ugly. Not a lifetime low yet, but it's close. AMPL. I'm not going to short it yet now. I'd like to see it, maybe it pops up a little bit and maybe then a short. The 733 is the low looking left on the weekly chart anyway. But all of a sudden, some volume came in. Again, that's what this does, okay? It's not just about a new low or a high of the day. It also has a volume component. So you can see the volume came in. And okay, maybe, these are volume bars right here. In case you don't know, these are volume bars right there. And you can see all of a sudden volume came in. Just look at and it's not the absolute volume we're talking about. We're just looking at the previous volume bars, hardly anything. And then all of a sudden, boom, volume came in. And on the downside, Another one, here's a positive one, AEHL. Another one. Wow, I did not realize this is under $1. This has been a pretty popular stock. Remember that week up here or here? This was back in May. Got up to $6. Oof, this is continuing to move down. AMPL continuing to move down. What if any news hit? Don't see any news that's hitting. I mean, this is one of the headlines. It's not specific, I guess. Let's see. But shares of software companies are trading lower after reports suggesting that OpenAI is developing a product called Presence that will help customers automate internal processes using AI agents. Again, software. Yeah, software. Whoa. So obviously, this is part of it. Well, the VWAP is, it would have to. I mean, I can't see where our VWAP. It's around $8. The VWAP. So you're talking about it would have to, get all the way back up there, and then yeah, maybe that'll stall it, and then maybe I'll be on a break though, so I won't be able to do it. But yeah, I mean, in theory, it may not happen. It may not get even close to the VWAP, but that can be a plan. I mean, that can be you always have to have a plan trading, and some would look at that and go, okay, I'll put a price alert at the VWAP area. And if it gets there, great. If it doesn't, well, I don't take the trade. Okay, guys, I had better put my announcement in. Not quite on a break, but I'll minute Steve shows up in our YouTube room. Okay, that's the first step. And then the next step, put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve if you want. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. It's 11:57, so maybe max 3 minutes. He'll probably show up. Okay, I see RBNE. Well, they both showed up here. So AEHL just showed up. Our RBNE, though, that might be a little better. Let's see, the alert was at 575. Where could it go? So obviously on a daily chart, there's so the next high in a daily chart. So I mean, there is room. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but the next high in a daily chart looks around 647. So there is room. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I cannot take this trade now because I'm going to be on a break. So I'm not going to attempt it. The float is so low. So a lot of remember most of these sort of trades are very quick. Again, another one that's up for the day, UMAC, but it had a pretty not looking as good as some of the other ones that we saw. Okay, that were basically trending up all day. It's had a big pullback. Okay, guys, I heard a little pop, so that means Steve is in our YouTube room. So I will mute myself now in the main room. Where's that mute button? Just give me a moment. Okay, muting myself now in the main room. And we'll see you guys in about an hour. Mr. Gomez.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, what's happening? What's that?
I hope you've been shorting things. Nothing else.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, actually, I had. I went long EQPT for some. Okay. Well, they said they announced a big share buyback program, so EQPT was nice. I should have just shorted Tesla right from the beginning. Many in the room did that right from the beginning. You either short TSLL or you don't have to short the stock. You can short one of the ETFs, company ETFs, and straight down. I mean, basically straight down.
A couple of people texted me and they said, "Hey, are you buying Tesla?" And I said, "No, I'm going to implement my 3-day rule. When you have horrible earnings and a gap down, it just seems like 3 days to just wash out the bad sentiment." We talked about this, so that was my answer.
I heard also. Well, I didn't hear. I saw you post something about IPOs. Wait a year.
Yes.
Wait a year.
Well, the data was not on all IPOs, but on the hyped ones like Facebook and Google and things like that. Amazon.
Would you consider SpaceX a hyped IPO?
Overhyped. Yeah.
Tongue in cheek, of course. Yes. Well, I mean, it's amazing. I broke down through that 135 IPO price, and wow.
I did exactly what I thought it would do. 3 days of euphoria, and then all of a sudden, just confusing and misery.
Yeah. Okay, my friend. I'll see you in about an hour. I know you have to go at 5:02, so I'll try to be back by 5:02.
All right. Thanks.
Okay.
See you.
Bye.
All right, let me get over here to the questions. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my desktop. I'm just going to say these are some of the ugliest index charts you don't want to see if you're only long. We've just kind of crawled out on a ledge and gapped down with some follow through. If you were watching the open, we tried to rally on the open. The buyers came in and said, "Yay!" And then the sellers said, "Thank you very much. We'll take that back to lows." And so now we're right at that perfect inflection point here. Let me grab my pen. Epic. So anyway, as you guys know, my favorite indicator here is the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. We're going to play this game again. There we go. And so right now, midday, we're just bouncing right into it. So this becomes the major area of interest. This is where the battle line is going to occur. Do the sellers want to jump back in and they have more stock to sell? This is where they would do it and hold that line. Or we could just drift higher a little bit midday. Ultimately, the close. It's going to come down to how are we going to close. That's when I make all of my decisions and my swing trading positions, except for today. With today, I thought we had a shot, but then the minute we went to lows, I started selling pretty much everything. So I cleared the decks. I do not like this image whatsoever, right? We're under the moving averages and we just puked it up on a gap down, and anything can happen today, but we're now handily under the 50-day moving average in blue there on the SPYs, and have been for a couple weeks in the Qs. The small cap Russell 2000 has tried to rally, but you can see it's hanging on like by a thumbnail here on its respective 50-day. So, it's a tough market to be bullish in right now. Back here was kind of interesting. We were above all moving averages. It really is. It just flip-flopped in a period of about 2 weeks from here to here. Those are two totally different stories now. And I was fully long back here, and now I just cleared the decks here. So hopefully that should tell you what I'm thinking. Was that directed to be PAVS? I was halted back and forth. So I don't have much in the way of positions. I'm just standing aside here. A lot of things are breaking their trend lines. I still do have my ABTC. When I say I cleared the deck, I'm keeping this one at least. Hopefully, we'll see. It's not equities, it's crypto. So we'll see. The Clarity Act is supposedly one day closer to getting some good votes, but there's a long road ahead. The Clarity Act gets passed, and then it back and forth in committee, and then it has to wait 180 days before it becomes effective. But at least it's on the right track. Microsoft for day trade, yeah, Patrick, you might only be able to get a day trade out of those names. So Nebius is doing the opposite. It bounced right back up into the underside of the underbelly of its 50-day moving average. Not holding anything overnight. Yeah, good point. But Nebius what concerns me here is this little double horns here. The wick rejection. Once it broke back down into this 50-day, it really didn't spend much time above it at all. It never even closed above. Matter of fact, it never even closed above. Look at that. This is why I use the closing candles. That red closed back below, traded above, closed below, traded above, closed below, rejected again yesterday, rejected again today. This is why I like to use the 50-day moving average as a major indicator. And as I was discussing too with you guys, the NASDAQ, the SPYs, and all the others have broken down. So it's a little dicey out there. All right. So hopefully that helped, Pramrod. I'm not really bullish on Nebius right here. It would have been more interesting to try and buy that original bounce down here and swing trade it for a couple of days, but now it's run out of steam, really. Hang on, guys. I'll be right back. Let me go on. I got to go on mute for 2 minutes. All right, sorry about that. I had to sign for something. Yeah, I was waiting for a good setup to go along. Let's take a look at what might be a good setup for Nebius. So we ran smack into the buzz saw there. But what if we pull back and just kind of slide sideways for a couple of days there, and this 10-day moving average comes up from underneath at 200 and kind of starts to support it? Then if it makes a third attempt, I think give it a couple of days and let it settle in. And if it can really settle in above 200 in this 10-day moving average, it's got a shot at pushing higher. That's what I would watch for. So just keep an eye on it. That's what I do with all these tickers. You know, this morning, one of the first things I did was, okay, scroll to the bottom, and what is getting beaten up bad? What might be a really interesting oversold buy down here of all the names that I follow? What you don't want to do is open up and start chasing the green. Typically, it'll last for a few minutes on the open, and then you're going to be kind of sorry that you started chasing new highs. So just letting you know, on these days, I'm always looking for something to be contrarian, and these are all my favorite stocks here. So I got a lot to choose from. Anyways, guys, I don't really have any positions other than this market sentiment. It really shook a lot of people out this morning, and it just continues to do the same. So until we get a decent headline or a better backdrop, I'm not doing much. But if there's anybody who needs support or help with the program, you're new. If you were new and you were sent here today, let me know, and we can work on some things if you need any help. These are some really difficult, choppy charts. And a lot of the stuff that I was trying was kind of bottom picking stuff. So when the markets went to lows, I just wasn't really interested. It's putting up a fight here. You know, we might as well close in a doji today, where we made a lot of noise on the open, and then we made a little noise here on the downside. We might just close flat for the day. That's very possible. You were watching Brian yesterday on Trader TV. He had a good analysis of several charts. Yep, he always does. He and I chat during the day, and he knows I don't go short and I can't go short, so he was pretty quiet. I'm sure he was doing well over there shorting. He knows what he's doing. He's got a lot of good analysis. He called the Bitcoin bounce. He was, kind of bearish for a while on Bitcoin, and then he saw something that he liked, and he said it might be time for some Bitcoin bounces. ONDS finally got a bounce. A couple of days in a row. Just every chart seems to be the same. Every attempt to rally is just stymied. So until that action changes, I'm just more comfortable sitting in cash. I feel quite a bit of relief, actually. I'm down on the day, but it feels like I ripped the Band-Aid off and kind of managed as best I could. It's kind of a quiet summer July day in terms of participation. A lot of people are on vacation. A lot of people here are on vacation, I'll tell you that. It's just kind of par for the course. I was getting a kick out of this compare account window earlier. How can I get back there? It was really just showing the sell programs. It was crazy. Like in the first hour, sell program, another wave, another wave, another wave. It was like, and that's when I was like, you better get out. This is a giant sell program. So get out first, ask questions later. We'll see how we close. What's old SpaceX doing? So SpaceX cleared the first hurdle of the day. Not bad. You see they put up a fight there at that declining 10 SMA, kind of like the NASDAQ's trying to do. So we're getting a midday lift here. You got one more minute for this candle to either close above or wick down below this this first 15-minute candle here in the NASDAQ. There we go. Yeah, it looks like I wanted to close above. Same thing for the S&P. One big doji is just kind of what I see for the rest of the day, quite honestly, guys. Gap down doji. If that's the way we do close, looking like that, I don't really want to be long anything. There's usually continuation. People come home from work and go, oh my God, what just happened? They start putting sell orders in. Jay, am I bullish or bearish? You must have missed. I was just saying it's crazy how quickly things turn. Got the spies back here. Look at this, sitting above all moving average, poised, waiting for a headline to maybe take this market out. I was bullish 2 weeks ago. With this candle right here, I am bearish. I just cleared the decks. I'm not interested in being long anything. So a tremendous amount has changed between these candles and this candle in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. You just walked in. Yeah, happy to re-explain. No problem. But the point I was making is a huge monumental shift between the sentiment that I saw on the chart right there. This didn't help. This was all tangled mess. And now we woke up to this. Complete opposite of what we saw back here. So this morning when we gapped up, I said, great, the buyers are stepping in. And then as it started to roll over, I realized, we're done. And so here's where I started selling and clearing the decks right there. So I'm happy to just be in cash now. I'm certainly not bullish like I was back here. Where do you think the best opportunities for shorting would be bearish? I will say this. Anything that you pull up in a chart, I would use this 5-day moving average. And if anything pops up into the 5-day moving average, maybe we can find a couple here. Let's see. Let's look at some weak stocks. Okay, that one held its 5-day. That one, so like, let's just find a really good example. A lot of things are really oversold. See how that one's NNE is bouncing on the 5-day moving average. That's funny. Same with UUU. So LAES right here, you know, it just bounced off of lows. It looks ugly on the daily. You've got rejection, rejection, rejection. You're not shorting here. What you don't want to do is be this person shorting right there, because they will bounce you up into here where the smart people are shorting. You're leaning on the 5-day and the 10 SMA. So if you're going to short, you can pick anything you want that's weak, but make sure you're not shorting the new lows. Make sure you're shorting the bounce up into the 5-day moving average, ideally. Support on the 5-day moving average there. Well, quite honestly, let's just pull up a scan because we can do that. 130. Fade the 130. Slam into the 130. I think that one's the one. There we go. So let me give you this scan. So let's look at this, because this is for who just asked me that. Yeah, I can share the compare account one. Let me do that before I forget. There's the compare count. This one is a scan that's looking for things bouncing up into the 130, the 5-day moving average, to the person that was asking me, where would you want to short things? Imprint on that right there. If we go to history, we've got DFTX doing the same thing earlier right there. See how it slams into that blue line? That's your short. CLDX went through. They don't all work. CRISPR went through, then came back. Maze looked like that one worked. ANAB slammed through. So you get the point here. But the ones that are most recent, you want to look at, and TGTX could be an interesting short right there. So that's how you want to approach short selling. And I'll give you this scan as well. Describe this first. Short, 5-day. If you're wrong, it's not going to hurt as much. But if you start shorting new lows, if you're wrong, it's going to hurt. Let's put it that way. Yeah, Jay, I'd be looking for the weak sectors and then playing the bounce on the weak sectors. So you're starting from the 40,000 foot view. What's weak? Well, Tesla, Google, technology. So what I would do is, I'm going to close that. I've got my sector view here, and since the open, software's been weak, retail's been weak. You just look at your sector list and refer to that. But again, if I had to guess, we're just going to bounce right back up to where the opening range was, and nobody's going to be happy today. Almost a perfect doji there in the SPYs. Almost back to where we opened. Probably might see some selling there. Lunar. All these so many charts look like this. They just attempt to bounce, stop at lows. Attempt to bounce, stop at lows. It's getting quite the meat grinder out there if you're not careful. What was I just going to look at? Tesla. Tesla's bounce is starting to fade a little bit. People start thinking, okay, if I can just get a bounce, if it goes back to lows, I'm out. And that just starts to play on itself like a momentum cycle. And it takes a few days to play out. So if you missed me on the open, I told Barry, whenever a stock does this, bad earnings, bad news, whatever, you don't buy the first day gap down, because you've got that negative momentum of people going, okay, just give me a bounce and I'll get out. And then it doesn't bounce, and then it rolls over, and then it just starts to feed on itself. And the people who were working all day come home and they see that it's bad, and they put their market orders in for tomorrow, and then it feeds on itself again tomorrow. So 3 days is usually what it takes to wring out the bad sentiment, in my opinion. Is there news pushing the sell-off? I think it could be interest rates. Somebody else might know. Tesla, Google didn't help. Those two earnings, they certainly didn't help. So the market was looking to the big guys for Qs last night, and they kind of wrecked the market. We also have oil that's gapping it. So there's just nothing really good out there at the moment. And then so it was time for the technical breakdown. It's much more evident in the SPY, I think. Just leeching out on the end of this branch, and the branch broke. And so now we're just in this no man's land here, and I don't really want to try and play anything until I kind of make sense of it all. So I could be sitting on my hands for a few days. We'll see. I don't know. See, this is the exact opposite of the one I just shared with you. I like to buy stocks that are pulling back and touching the 5-day moving average. The one I just shared with you was the opposite, to short. But this isn't the whole market. This is only my stocks. And the way you do that, just so you know, is you just go to the symbol list and exchange and configure. And I've got 401k, my symbol list, and my liked, the hearted ones over there. So got all the bases covered. And so when any one of my favorite stocks pulls back to that 5-day moving average, and if I've got cash and I'm looking to do something, so far it's just been silver and Rigetti here on that bounce. And look at how that bounce really, I mean, look at that. This is why I use this moving average. Brian Shannon taught me this. And we got it coded many years ago here at Trade Ideas to start to use it. It's called the 130 filter, because a 15-minute chart will take 130 periods, and that equals 5 days. Get your ass handed to you trying to short Micron. That's a way to do it, is to come in here and go, wow, Micron really ran a long way. There's no way it's going to continue. You're happy for a day, and then it blows you out. It's very hard to pick tops. So what you said earlier was, go with the downside momentum, and then just look for intraday bounces that you can fade, and you'll start to see that 5-day moving average really come into play. I think a lot of people did have the same thing happen to them, Jay. You could actually make a case for it now. You could try it here, but I don't think I'd want to. A big number, 1,000 is a big number again, and it just so happens to be corresponding the underbelly of the 20 SMA. You could make a case. I'd rather try to be shorting it here once it's already kind of broke the moving averages. But when you're trying to short something that's just moving through fanned out moving averages to new higher air, saying, I think that's enough, I think it's probably time to sell, that's a tough game. All right. All right, guys, I think I got all the questions cleared. If you want to look at charts, we can do whatever. If you got a question on the software. But I'm not really doing a whole lot. I'm not looking to do a whole lot, so. Do I use any options again? No, I used to have options volume on my single stock window, which is probably not a bad idea, but I cleaned it up and just decided it wasn't really something I wanted to look at. But that's probably a decent spot to put it. I would go like this. So you go, let's see, make some room there. And then go configure. Options. Volume today. So what percent are they doing? Ideally, it's above 100%. So show column. Okay, options volume. Only 20% of normal in that one. I bet you Tesla is going to be up there. 61%. Interesting. Options volume. Google, on the other hand, is doing almost double options volume there on the bottom. I'm looking down here. So with that said, I mean, it's nothing but a filter. You could create a new top list and just make it as simple as options. We don't have any whales or sweeps or anything like that. The most you could do would be like options today, and then add filter, and then say, show me all the stocks that are doing at least 3 times. So 300% minimum, doesn't matter anything else. Here is a list of stocks doing at least, and if we sort by, let's see, I need to add options volume in the columns. There we go. So I'm going to add that column, and we can sort by it. Okay, so here it is. A lot of red on these big ones. 10 times, 20 times normal, 10 times, 15 times normal. Excuse me. This one's green and doing a ton of volume today. So you could take this scan and just, configure it to what you want. Filters, the price needs to be at least 500. You don't have to have a cap. Average daily volume, you could play with that. And plus options volume. So hide unused, and it's as simple as that. And if you just go through there, if you see some names that are interesting, you can play with that. So I've got put call ratio. That's another one that's interesting. Yeah, that's a good one. We could add that column. Put call, and you could sort by put call ratio. So I'll share this with you if you're curious, just as the basic bare bones of a scan that you could start with. Bitcoin wants to go lower. All right. The market's really quieted down here according to the compare count window. A lot of volatility, a lot of sell programs on the open. It was kind of cool to see it. And I dropped this scan for those of you who just showed up. It's in there as a cloud above show at the 5-day. There's another cloud link that'll give you this if you want it. Hertz has been an interesting story. Oh, geez. Can't get out of its own way. I heard in the Tesla report, somebody said that they're anticipating unsupervised driving in the fourth quarter. As it is now, you have to sit behind the wheel and pretend like you're watching. But unsupervised means you could sit in any seat, and then they turn on sports and movies, and you can watch that in the front seat if you want, so you don't have to be paying attention to the road. That just might be the time that I might just break down and go lease a Tesla. I'd never buy a Tesla. They lose too much value too quickly, but leasing it, I was playing last night, and the numbers on Grok, and Grok agrees. The AI is like, yeah, you definitely want to lease those cars. Otherwise, they're going to lose value quickly. long on GLD. Yeah, I'm super bullish on gold and silver because we're just down here in this. If we go to the weekly, we are kind of, I wonder what a Fibonacci would look like on that. I'll go to the other one, maybe do a Fibonacci. But you can see we're kind of hitching into not so much a moving average on the weekly, but more of just a zone here that held this last time in gold, GLD. And that's the look left area. So that's the level. It would be nice to see that hold. SLV, same thing. SLV came back even more than gold. It's kind of back to the scene of the crime of the original breakout there. So I think they're very close to resuming a trend. Hopefully, we'll see. Before I forget, let's take a look at that. Let's look at gold on the weekly. All right, so if I was to draw a Fibonacci, I would start right there and stretch it to right there. $50 retracement is down here. It broke through the 38% up there, so it's kind of in no man's land on a Fibonacci. Silver, I'd start the move down here. Silver had much more than a 61.8 retracement, even more. Jeez. How do we get rid of that? What if I did from here? Even worse. On that compare count window, is the information from the market open? Yeah, so good question. And let me just show you a quick little button that you don't know about. Like if I'm playing around with it and I accidentally do that, oh no, what happened? Click this tiny little button right there. It's like a reset, and that sends it back. And it's only going to go back a certain amount of time, but it's just comparing highs and lows. And for the moment, they're just kind of equal. But when things start to space out in real time, you'll see that graph separate with the red shooting up. This barber pole here is the whole day. So 61% have been new lows selling, 39% have only been new highs. And the question, I can answer your question if I read it. Every time you open, it starts over. So this particular one is from the market open because I haven't changed my layout. I haven't turned it off or back on. So technically it's been open. When you launch a new one, it doesn't go back in time. It's always going to start from the current moment. Not a lot of green on the my favorite list. And if they are green, they're still pinned into a downtrend under moving. Everything's just pinned down. It's really frustrating action. Same type of chart. Same type of chart. Nothing can get ahead of steam. There's not a lot of good looking charts out there outside of the semiconductors, but even those are starting to get kind of goofy. So we're pretty much right back to where we opened in SPY. And they're doing it midday on probably lighter volume. So we have a long day to go still. There's just no reason why we don't start to see some selling again and maybe some more wishy-washiness going into the close. But it's all about the closing candles, not midday candles. IWM has the most green on its intraday. So, those small caps are still got some fight left in them. And the daily chart has not broken the 50-day either. So that's like the one little last bastion of hope are the small caps here.
I gotta get myself ready.
Let's see. Is this where the sellers start to jump in? Probably. No, just now we're back to some red candles in the SPY. So that's exactly where the sellers stepped in on the opening. God dang. It's one of the cryptos I like. All right, here comes the red. Here comes the red. Now look at that. What was I just saying earlier, guys? You get some bounce attempts midday, and then as soon as they hit this declining 10-period SMA, the sellers get aggressive, and that's exactly what's happening in the moment there in that stock. If anybody wants this chart with my two indicators on there, I can share this as well. Makes it kind of easy rather than building it yourself. But there is a copy of my chart. Yeah, I agree, Patrick. It's a little deadly if you're not shorting, and it's fine being in cash. But we still have a couple hours to go in the day, and the sellers may have more to go. Yeah, you're welcome. And God, this one chart just shows it all. Siri Watt. I mean, 5-day moving average, area of interest, support, support, support. Uh-oh, we broke support. Now we've got momentum. We've got a small bounce. The momentum is being hit again. So I call this the momentum line. And the 5-day, I call the area of interest. Areas where you can short things, or you can recognize that the support is breaking down and maybe you need to sell. It just depends on the scenario that you're in. So it becomes an area of interest to play against your position. Helps you make decisions better, not just be a deer in the headlights. what else could I add? So I've got this new layer here, options volume today. I think I wanted to add, what was it? There was something else. I got that one. I'll figure it out. On this chart, I assume you keep it on the 50. Yes, it only works on the 15-minute time frame because you could move to a 30-minute time frame. But if you do that, watch what happens. We go 30-minute. This line doesn't make any sense anymore. So we have to change the value of that line. Oops, not that. Indicator manager. Where am I going for this? Why is that confusing me? No, it's going to take me there every time. Okay, so for a 30-minute chart, you would put in a value of 65. That was what I was trying to ultimately get to, but I'm just going to change it back to 15. So you cut it in half. That way it'll still give you the 5-day look. That's the important thing. I knew Pepe would show up. I rarely ever do this. Oh, man. Okay, indicator manager. Edit. That's what I was missing. Thank you, Pepe. So we could change that to a 65. And then that would allow you to use a 30-minute chart. That edit button gets me every time. And there it is. The sellers kind of popped right in there to defend the opening price. It's not very intuitive. No, it's not. Unfortunately. Edit existing. I don't know if there's what the better way to do it would be. Retail, that's the XRT ETF getting crushed. China can't hold its bounce. If we do change from the close, what do we got? Silver, airlines, retail. I don't know why that's in there. Copper, all the heavy stuff. Financials, the banks breaking down a little bit. Quantum started the day strong. Everybody bought Quantum on the open, and then they just crushed them on the midday. This is horrible action. Great if you're a day trader with a short-term time frame. You're trying to just bag scalps. But if you're trying to pick a direction, this will just wear you out. Nuclear stocks are trying to hang tight. They're not selling off very far. Uranium, nuclear. Would you mind looking at, of course, your water stock, ZWS. Let's take a look at ZWS water stock. I like water stocks. Water Management Solutions. A U.S. company. Got earnings coming up in a few days. So first thing we do is look at the general bill of health. The 50-day moving average in blue, it's under it. So it's basically got to prove itself, and it might be the earnings that are coming up to help get it back above. But it needs to get back above this blue line here. Otherwise, it's just, you can see back here these last few days, every time it attempts to get above the 50, 1, 2, 3, call it 3.5 days in a row, the sellers jump in there. That's why it's an important moving average level. So if you're underneath it, you're under pressure, you're sick, you got a temperature. But if we can get back above the 50-day moving average, then it's got a general bill of health with no moving averages, above it. So if you're already in it, obviously you don't want to see it break that low down there, whatever that is, probably down here below 47. It's going to need to hold that. Good news is on the intraday time frame, you are back above the 5-day that we've just been talking a lot about, with a little bit of hitch and then some conviction. It's going to make an attempt to try and get back above. If it can get back above and close back above the 50-day moving average before it reports earnings, that'll be a good sign. The area of interest is the 5-day in blue, and the other line is momentum. And we can use this chart as a perfect example. Here's the area of interest. The sellers jumped in. But once the momentum line came into play, here comes the momentum. As soon as momentum touches the price, it tells us we do have a momentum ignition. So that's as simple as those two moving averages on one chart that kind of tell me the whole story. A lot of people can get way caught up in too many indicators, and it can kind of screw up your decision making. Keeping a close eye on this Hertz. It's really interesting. Maybe tomorrow, if it breaks above that line tomorrow, I might be interested in it. So oversold. And I know this was an offering. So the offering, the bad news, the warnings, it's all out of the way. Seems like it doesn't have much more downside, unless the whole fleet catches on fire or something. All right, guys, I'll be here another couple of minutes or so. So if you're sitting on a question, we can do one more before Barry shows up. UAVS just can't even get out of its own way. These are just death march charts. Well, hopefully that helped, Walton, on the ZWS. Doesn't look bad. Just needs to make a push. I'd like to see crypto make a run. Let's do.
Hi, Steve. I'm on a call.
Yep.
If you have to leave, okay, but I cannot stop this call. Hopefully you
Okay.
can hear me.
No problem.
And I don't have my earphones in on.
No problem. No worries. Shoot you a text. You're welcome. Oh, IONQ. Yeah. I was really watching that one earlier too. I was really looking for a nice reversal on IONQ. Just can't get it. Just can't get it. These are just horrible, horrible charts. I'm going to put a price alert right here, and I would consider revisiting it if it can clear that little 36 level of congestion. So But then again, look at the price alert, just lines right back up with the 10-day moving average. So at some point, I'm just going to run into resistance again. You get tired of just keep, I'm not going to use the descriptive word I want to, but spitting into the wind, we'll say. Okay. Seems like what this market is doing is spitting into the wind. We'll leave it at that. All right, guys, I'm gonna run. So it sounds like Barry's on a phone call, and he'll grab the transfer. So you're welcome, everybody. And Andy will be in tomorrow. So you got any questions for him? Can I share my daily chart? Yeah, of course. I mean, just caught me in time. That one's just the 10, 20, the 50. Something just happened. There it is. Copy all. The 50 and then the 200-day moving average. So there's 4 moving averages on the daily. All right, there's the chart. You're welcome. Thanks, NetTrade. Sounds good. We'll see you guys next week. Thanks for showing up. I'm going to leave the studio, and then Barry will grab it.
Okay, guys, we should be good to go now, okay? Everything's on. I want to make sure you guys can hear me on YouTube. I know the handoff from Steve to me was not smooth because I was on the phone. So hopefully everything's okay in YouTube, and the main room should be good. Okay, thank you, Pepe. All right. Well, what's happening here? So again, you know, this is going counter to the market. The market is still down, let's say 8.6 points on the SPY anyway, challenging the VWAP again. But CAPR, thank you, Gino, etc. I have a question in support. Okay. I want to build a topless window to filter all stocks where the current daily volume, including the pre-market, is equal or higher than the float. Well, that's simple. That is a simple one, Tim. We have something called the float turnover. Okay. So, for instance, if I look, can you see my screen, Tim? I want to make sure you can see what I'm going to point at. I'm going to click on RBNE as an example. Okay. So can you see what I'm pointing at? The float turnover, which says 0.45. So what that means is that there's the float, 580,000. There's the volume, 260,000. So it has not turned the float over yet. Okay. If that said 1, so it sounds like what you want. It sounds like what you want is the float turnover and filter and put minimum of 1 in it, which would mean that, or 1.01 or something like that, which would mean that the current volume is over the float. Let me see. I mean, there's got to be one that's going to be very dramatic. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's not terribly. I mean, sometimes it's very dramatic, but if you can see what I'm pointing at, so here's the float for NIKI. It is traded 2.7 million shares, which is 2.2 times the float. That's what you want, right? You want to see stocks that have turned the float over. In other words, the volume is greater than the float. Is that so? One more yes, and then I'll know. Because that's just the float filter. That's easy. The float turnover filter. Okay. Well, all you do is this. So whatever you are using in terms of a top, or you're using a top list window. Okay. So this is a top list window as an example. Okay. So you right click and you just have to find it. Okay. So click on configure. So right click in your top list window, click on configure and click search and then type in float. Okay. And here's your float turnover right there. I know we before we had the actual filter, we had to create a custom formula. So don't worry about that. But there's the float there's the float turnover. Okay. And then you would add, excuse me, you could show it in the column and you could also add the filter and you just put, 1.01 or something like that, which means it's going to be over, has to be at least over minimum. Okay. Okay. So you're good. Just want to make sure. Okay. It sounds like you got it. Okay, good. Then you could do things like if you add it as a column also, if you add that filter, how you can add any filter as a column, and then you could literally sort on that column and you will find the ones that have turned the float over the most. That makes sense? You know how to add as a column? And then you would just sort on it, and then you could show the ones that have turned the float over the most, if you wanted to. I can show you how if you don't know how to do that, but see, you remember any column header you've got, I can sort on it. So right now I'm sorting on the change from the close, but if I wanted to sort on the volume today, I could do that. change from the close. I could sort on the position in the day's range. Yeah, these are ratios. Okay, the value of one means the ratio. It's a rate. It's a ratio. Yes, two would mean twice. Yes. So I mean, you could put a minimum if you want. I mean, if you wanted to say, well, I only want to see those that are traded or turn the float over 3 times or 4 times minimum, then you put that in the min column. So whatever that number is, only you can determine what you want. Oh, you're welcome. It's nice when, I mean, it's a simple answer for you if you know where to look. I mean, obviously, if you don't know where to look, you might as well be climbing Mount Everest. Seriously. But you know what? Here's a good tip for everybody, not just you, Tim. Because the question really was about the float, okay? About I want to find stocks that are traded more than the float. So this is what you could have done had you known. You could have right-clicked in your top list window or an alert window and click on the configure. And then you click on search. And if you type, you might have said, well, I wonder if they've got something like that. Well, let's type in float and see what they've got. Okay, so there you would have had the float turnover right there. Okay, and here's the short float percent, the actual float, and then the float turn. Never mind these. These are just, I had to create, these are when we didn't have some of the filters created. But also, somebody says, well, what about MACD? What have you got? So you type in MACD and this is what we've got. Okay, now somebody said, well, that's great, but I need the 20-minute. Well, we don't have it. Okay. You can't create it. We don't have it. You said RSI. What do you have for RSI? This is what we've got. Well, that's okay, but I need the 20-minute. We don't have it. Okay. I'm just saying that it's a quick way, just typing in search and clicking on search and then typing in the search terms, typing something in just to see what we might have. Yeah, the pre-market, you cannot use a relative volume. Okay. Now, you cannot use the relative volume. If you put it to 1, it will work, but that's sort of I'll call it a hack. But if you're using the relative volume, any number other than 1 in the pre-market, you'll get no data. Okay. Now, well, it's just the way it is. It's the way it's designed. It only looks at market. I think this is probably a throwback to when in the pre-market there just wasn't a lot of volume for things. Okay. But here's what you could do. Okay. Because I understand what you're probably trying to do. You could use, because this is what I do. Okay, volume to day percent. Okay, volume to day percent. So if you could use this in the pre-market. And so, for instance, what that would mean is, and whatever minimum you want, or whatever, or however you want to track it. So if I put, or just as a column, you could sort just as the column. But let's just say I put 50 in here, 50% minimum. That would mean that the stock has traded in the pre-market already 50% of what it normally does every day, as an example, which would be pretty, which would be obviously pretty outstanding or astounding, right? Or you could just use it as a filter, as a column header, and sort on it to see what stocks are really trading compared to what they normally do all day long. What have they done in the pre-market? It is a good workaround. Thank you. I mean, that's what I used to do when I used to more care about that. Okay, I don't care about that as much as I used to, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't. Okay, but that's the workaround that, and then you could use your relative volume once 9:30 Eastern time rolls around. Okay. Pepe, what do you think of my explanation of why they, when the company started back in 2003, that they decided that the relative volume was only relevant from 9:30 to 4? Do you agree that, back in 2003, there just wasn't the same action in the pre-market for lots of stocks? I mean, I think they're probably, if we ever go to, we have their servers capability to go, 24 hours a day, they probably make a change there, because how do you differentiate anymore? So I don't know about rectangle boxes, but so here's our chart. This is what you can do. So if I right click on a chart and go to properties, no. Just give me a moment. Oh, markup. I'm sorry, markup. It's right. So this is all you can do in terms of marking up. Okay. So you can have a horizontal line, you can draw a trend line, you can have an arrow, and you can have text annotation, but you cannot, as far as I know, you cannot draw rectangular boxes. This is not a full-blown, yeah, it is markup. So these are your options, okay? Horizontal line, which is probably the most commonly used one, maybe a trend line. I don't use any, I don't, every now and then I'll draw a horizontal line, but typically now I just draw price alerts. So, or I don't not draw, I just put a price alert, but that's it. Okay. It is not a full blown charting program, with all sorts of crazy things that you can do. Okay. Yeah. This is something that the company has to. So the problem is, if for whatever, I mean, the company wants everybody to use these charts, okay, the browser interface charts. But when you do that, you cannot draw you cannot draw the horizontal line. You would have to uncheck it. But I don't even know if you uncheck it. Let's just do it here. Okay, I'll horizontal line, and so there it is. Okay, now if I check use browser interface, yeah, it disappears. You know, it seems crazy to me because the company wants people to use these browser interface charts, and I would do, because I mean I love the trade wave, and that's the only way you can use the trade wave. But if you wanted to draw a horizontal line, you can't. You have to uncheck that. Okay. Well, I mean, and there's no workaround. I mean, unfortunately, if you want to have horizontal lines, if you don't care about having trade wave, okay, then you just right click and uncheck the use browser interface, and then you can draw horizontal lines and things like that. But if you're using right click and you're using the browser interface, you notice what happened. The horizontal line disappeared. You want to complain or make another strong suggestion? info@trade-ideas.com. I had actually forgotten that, mainly because I don't draw horizontal lines. I mean, but that, because I don't do it doesn't mean other people shouldn't do it, or yeah. Well, you can put a horizontal line, But also with the horizontal lines, I would probably use price alerts more. Okay. Because with the horizontal line, you cannot get like a sound alert, or you're not going to know when a stock has hit that horizontal line. But you can do that with price alerts. I think you'd be better off using price alerts. Okay. So for instance, let's just say on this one, I'll just make numbers up. Okay. So I'm going to right click, and maybe that's why the company doesn't care. So create the price alert. So it's at 1522. I mean, obviously you can type whatever number you want in here, but I'll save it. So there it is. There's that blue line. Now I can move it. I can move it up and down, and I can put a price alert lower. So if you're talking about some kind of a range, you want to see, the stock is right now at 881. Okay, so let's move this down to 1030, and then I put a price alert underneath 881. And so now you've got it. Now you've got that price bracketed on the high side and the low side. Sounds like that's probably what you want to do. Oh, you can draw a line on the HTML charts, but you cannot go. I think that's probably better, Gino, anyway, because the problem is with the horizontal lines is that I think you don't want to have to stare at the chart all day long, right? You want to know when it hits one of these horizontal lines, call it. And so you will get a sound alert. Your price alert window will pop up on your screen, and you'll know about it. I know now what I get. I guess you can do it here. Yes, you can do it here. It's just not. But I don't think. I think it's better to do the price alert way, because then you can get a notification when it happens. It's way more difficult. Yeah, Pepe. I even forgot. I forgot that this exists. So that was sort of their workaround to be able to draw something on the browser charts. Now, how do we get rid of that? I don't want the company profile. Okay, get rid of all that. Excellent. When are you taking over? Exactly. Exactly. Way better than if you can't get, yeah, because you can't, I know I'm repeating myself, but you can't get an alert when it hits that horizontal line, even if you were able to draw it easily. Well, let me put it this way, Pepe. If you do take over, do I still have a job, or you're going to replace me with AI, with Gemini? Just let me know so I can plan for my retirement. Yeah, you say that now, but you haven't seen the new improved Gemini yet, 3.5, and then maybe by the time you take over, there'll be like a 10.0. All right, guys, what time is it now? 1:22. So I'm just getting used to the fact of only having two monitors, and it's not that big a deal. Just a couple things. I wasn't able to do my video because I thought I had it lit, but it was covering the whole screen here, as well as stuff on my other monitor. So I have to figure out how to just make sure it only looks at the chart. Yeah, you say that. We're all replaceable. We're all replaceable. Except you. You're not replaceable. See, look at Pepe and I. We're trying to outdo each other to see who's more replaceable. Really, it shouldn't be that long. I mean, when you say forever, what are you talking like? And it doesn't matter how much, okay? But how long are you talking, Gino? I mean, you got to fill out the forms. You know that. On the 20th, the 23rd, I would say that you should have that money in tomorrow. I mean, usually on the 28th, really, that long. So more than a week. Interesting. Okay. Well, maybe they've got to, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. Maybe they've really got to make sure you are who you are if they can somehow do that. I would have thought usually I say 3 to 5 business days. Oh, really? You had to count for 2 years. You're just trying to resurrect it. Because I know when I want to put money into the account from my from another account, it goes there the same day. Now maybe that's very different. The account's already active, and all right, guys. Well, let me one last time today. Sorry, one last time today. Go over my homepage, okay? Oops, that's in the support. I should have gone to. That's funny, William. The patented Canadian kindness. No, you haven't seen me at my worst. Okay, guys, so here it is, my homepage. One last look at it today. How to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. So you can use my code. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the first month only. Repeat that also. Or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And it doesn't matter if you choose our standard or our premium service, okay? The discount applies to both the monthly plans and the annual plans for both of those subscriptions. All I ask, use my code, please, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the main room here, the trading room right here. Company tracks the use of the promo codes. So if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. And also this trading room right here, if you're sitting in YouTube wondering what this room is all about, it is free also, but a couple of perks here. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you want to interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. Obi does it in the room. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. But I do get on the mic sometime between 9 and 9:15 for both rooms. If you keep scrolling down off my homepage, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. Education. So if you're taking out a subscription or thinking about it, click on the education section, click on the more info, and you'll see that we have something called Getting Started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. This is mandatory if you're just taking out a subscription. So here's what I would do. If you're wondering about the product, I wouldn't take out a subscription and then try to find out later what it can do. what I would do is start off with the second video. Again, these are very short videos. At least it'll give you an idea about what the program can do. It may or may not be what you want. So if it seems to be, well, okay, it seems interesting, I should try it for a month. You can always unsubscribe after a month if you don't like it. Yeah, back to basics. This is for you if you're new to trading. 15 free videos if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, and well, I got other things now. Well, that one race now. So click on the view scans. So this is everything that I'm sharing right now. I don't have everything up and running, but you can certainly take a look at anything you see here. It may or may not be what you want, but this is the large cap race, which I don't have up and running right now. But this race over here is a volatile race. This one. This is the upside versus downside movers right up here. Okay, it's basically taking two competing scans and running them off against each other, showing the stocks that are making lows in red and new highs in green. Obviously, on a day like today, not too many making new highs. The daily trend reversal right here. This is the don't repeat version of it. Okay, if you load it from my homepage, this is more like you'll see it over and over again. The stock, and if it's in yellow, it's a suggestion to short. And if it's in powder blue, a suggestion to go long. You can always flip it. If it, let's say you went long something and eventually you're thinking it's topped out, you can always turn around and short it. Or a suggestion to short something, and then maybe you look and you say, well, I think that's a bottom. You could always, go long it. It's a great watch list. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Here's the halts resumes over here, very active as usual. And here are some other scans that I'm currently sharing. I do not have them up and running. You can take a look at them. The only thing I will caution you, do not open, well, you can open them all up and take a look, but don't create a giant layout with all these scans, okay, and information. You'll have too much information coming at you all day long. So if you're asking, well, why do I have these here? Because, they've been popular in the past, even with me, and it doesn't mean I'll never use them again. But, people, I just show you some of the scans that I've created in the past. They may or may not be what you want. Okay, guys. So again, if there are any questions, now I usually take off around 2 o'clock. Okay, I don't have to. I can always stay later if there are questions. So if you have some questions, please. I enjoy questions a lot. It just helps to keep my interest up, and and also, I hope for everybody who asks a question, you ask a question. Somebody asked, like Tim asked a question about the float turnover. There could be 10 other people in the room wondering, oh, I didn't know that. So now they know. Okay, so for every question that I answer, there's probably people out there that I'm answering it for them also that just didn't ask the original question. So please ask questions. So if you had shorts available, I can't remember if there were but a huge fee for 810% Interactive Brokers. But I guess if you had shorts available for ZCMD, the alert came at 10:38 at 209, and the price was 209. So right now it's 177. That's a great percentage move, of course. So that's why I have this. Okay, I like to say, okay, what happened from that original alert? Well, let's take a look at SKDD, just out of curiosity. This was, again, these are the opposite of each other, SK. So this should have been moving down, and it was 1224. I have to look at a 15-minute chart. No, this would have been moving up because that's right. SKDD is if you thought SK, I don't want Steve to get mad at me. SKHY. If you thought SKHY was going to stop moving up, you could buy this, okay? But 1224 was the alert. So obviously, this is not the way to play that. SKUU 2866. Before it pulled back at all, it got up to 3020. It got up to 30. Now, once that sort of pulled back, you could have traded this one and bought this one because this works. If the stock is going down, you buy this one. And you see what happened. You buy that one. Now, the minute the stock starts going up again, this moves down. If you don't understand, just let me know. Gem, I doubt if Gem did anything. No, 523. Nikki, let's take a look at Nick. I think Nikki got over 10, didn't it? Yeah. So you had to be quick though. Nikki, the alert was at 9:43, not the time. The alert was at 9:39. And at 9:43 was the price. And before it pulled back at all, got up to 10:36, but you had to be very quick. This one, this was a silver play. I was toying with the idea of shorting it, but it's too tied into the sector, SLV. So let's take a look at SLV right now. Yeah, so you see SLV did not continue moving down. It popped up, and that's why, AYA is a silver play. This one went crazy. 216 on the alert before it pulled back at all. 261, great percentage move. We just went over this one. If you had shorts available, this one I think actually would have turned into a decent. It didn't really get below 166, so you could have looked at that and said, well, I think it's going to hold, and you buy it. It's more like a watch list. ONDG, this again is a two-time long. So ONDG, the stock started to move down here. So you buy this one. It was moving down here. This one, of course, was the absolutely crazy one. NVVE 887 on the alert. And before it pulled back at all, got up to 1052. This is one I actually did trade. RBNE, I doubt if it got through 6. Yeah. So 575 was the alert, and it got up to not quite 6. This one I don't even know. I know it broke over $1. Yeah. So I mean, do they all work? Of course not. But boy, some of them really work extraordinary. This one was a fabulous one that I did not take. And again, these are company ETFs. There's another nice little VWAP play, guys. The MBLY. It's an earnings play, Mobileye. Nice little VWAP play. The big move down, and then the pop up, getting into the VWAP area, and then acting as resistance on the way up, and then the move down again. Mm. All right, guys. Time is it now? 1:38. Hey, Jen. I don't see Agen anywhere, so let's see. Red is talking about Agen, Agen. Yeah, kind of interesting. I mean, looking at the last week, the high was 875. The relative volume is not good. I mean, it's only 0.39. That means but it could be skewed because of yesterday or last week. All the volume that came in last week. This looks like this was very interesting looking daily chart. I think I have to shrink it down a bit. Just looking to see, no news on this one that I can see, but boy, I mean, it's got room. If you look at a weekly chart, 866, 870 or so is the next high. Yeah, good spread too. Good spread. 613, 615. So it's a good spread. There is the next high looking left, 628. Not a low float. So, what I've been doing is if it's only one day, I may start discounting the fact that there's a high looking left if the float is very low, like one of those sub 1 million. I'm not sure I would do that with this one. But, because there is the next high, which is obviously pretty close, only 14 cents away. But maybe if it takes out that, because then you got a ton of room. ACDC. Let's take a look at AC. Wow, what a move down. I mean, just a straight move down. A couple little jogs up, but other than that, look at the 15 straight move down. Not an earnings play. What do they do? Hydraulic fracturing. Surprised it's down so much. It has some news on its own because I thought most of the energy plays are doing well. Though energy is starting to move down a bit here. Eesh. God, that sounds horrible. What is a side by side? I was thrown from a side by side. I'm not sure I know what that means. You're not talking about a sidecar and a motorcycle, are you? I'm sorry, I profess ignorance on what a side. I know what Gemini could tell me, but I don't know what a side by side is. Oh, just give me a moment. Whew, okay, I'm back. This is an ETF for oil, ultra short oil, crude oil, SCO. And then this is probably the reverse. Oh no, the Defiance Oil Enhanced Option Income ETF. Looks like it's a reverse of this one. So I'm assuming you did well then, Poe, on round one and two for SkyQ. Yeah, breaking through the VWAP. Tough one though, very tough one. I know I've said this before. That's a tough for me, a very tough intraday trader. I mean, look how yeah, the wave is blue, but a lot of stock, a lot of those bars penetrating, and I'll bet you some of them are fairly big. 539, 521. That's not horrible, but I mean, you've got to really be I think careful on this one. Has a history of just not number one holding its gains over the course of the day. I heard NVVE, so it got wow. What oh my gosh. You know, sometimes when I look at my the things I've traded today and then I look at this, so that opened down here basically saying to be delisted from Nasdaq for non-compliance with listing rules. So it's not just a matter of having, you know, the price over $1. They're not complying in other ways. Wow. Hopefully nobody's nailed on that one. So it's rare we get something in the trend reversal late in the day, but we did get one yesterday. The PN, not PN. I'm not saying we're going to get one today, but normally these trend reversals will happen, you know, fairly in the first hour or so, if it's going to happen at all. Usually. So look at that. PN, sorry, just one N. PN went actually positive, back up to the close of yesterday after the huge run it had yesterday. from the trend reversal. There is the 200-day moving average. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Just in case I thought, you know what, it's going to struggle to get through that 200-day, but I cannot short it. Well, here's some poppage for this one, guys. SFL, big pop here. So RBNA is maybe trying. I mean, the original alert was at 575, 6 though. I mean, it's got room. I mean, 653, 650 or so, and that's a low float. Wow, it's a low float. 655 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Spread is not great. Not bad if it's going to move 40 or 50 cents, but hard for me to commit to, 12 cent spread on a $5 stock. I suppose I could do this, fill up the blank space. So NVVE came out of its halt, and well, Paul, I know you're looking at this. Now there's your pop, 290 to 313. This could get halted again if it just hangs at that 315, 316. There it is, halted again. Well, Paul, I don't know if you took it. Wow. No, I don't think it's going to go to 4, but it's looking good for a great bounce anyway from the low here. Again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. There's your halt price for the NVVE at 315. This column trying to show you where it could open. I wonder, well, let's see. Was the last one a 5-minute halt? 46. Yeah, that was a 5-minute halt. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. Okay, this one we saw a lot earlier, TMDE, a lot earlier, just breaking over $1. And look at this little bit of a run here now. And again, yeah, this is the one we saw the next high. I think even on a daily chart is way up here. So that's TMDE, guys. TMDE. Let's see if this can maintain itself over $1. And, you know, the float is pretty low, 3.5 million. If you guys can hear that drone outside my window, not a drone. All right, guys. Well, it's 1:55. I may only have 5 minutes left. If you have any questions, boy, this Liberty looks like it's been down all day. LBRT, I've seen it scroll all day. LBRT. What's the next low on a monthly chart? The next low is 1813. So there's certainly room on a monthly chart. This would have been a great candidate for a reversal, trend reversal, but I guess yesterday was not up 5%. Yeah, I mean, the energy plays are starting to fade here. It's interesting. I mean, XLE, I have to take a look at XLE again. I mean, it's still up, but it's, you know, it's been kind of fading for the day. How about oil services, OIH? Yeah, that's been weak. Okay, so some of those ones I've been showing, they're more in the oil services sector, and that has been weak today. So Dave, are you asking for, you want this? I can give this to you. The trend reversal is on my homepage. Okay, so if you give me a moment, I'll just put my homepage link in. There we are. So click on my homepage link. Okay, and then once you've done that, then you can go down to the scan section right here, and here are the daily trend reversals. Now, Yours will look more like this, okay? Repeating. Okay, number one. I mean, if you want this, I'll show you how you can make it. This is just the don't repeat version. So this shows me the first time of the alert and also the price. So I can go back in time and say, well, what happened from there? So I can show you how to do this if you want. If that's all you need, the repeating version, then there it is. Now the only thing I have done, I've done a couple things. I've modified it. Again, all the scanners I've got, you can always modify them. So, for instance, this is what I've done. So it'll look a little bit different, but I'll just show you what I've done. So I'm going to click on strategies. Sorry, configure all. Okay, these are two competing strategies, kind of. Okay, up big yesterday, down today, down big yesterday, up today. So I go down to configure all. To me, you want them all. You check them both, but it should be checked anyway. So here's what you can change for both of them, both the strategies. I actually changed the price from 2 to 1. It used to be, I think when you load it, it'll be 2. I think this minimum volume is the same. I also changed the time of day from 10 to 5. What that means is, before I did not want to see an alert in the first 10 minutes, but I decided to change that to 5. You don't have to, but I changed that to 5, the time of day. I don't know if I made a change here. I don't know if I always had 3 for the relative volume, but you can take a look at it. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure what I had for relative volume. I don't remember changing it, but so you can make the changes if you want. And then in order to create the don't repeat version, if you want to, so you would take the scan, right click and duplicate it. And you duplicate it because you don't want to overwrite it. You want to, assuming you still want to see this, but now you just want the don't repeat version. Okay. And you right click and you go down to properties, the box will pop up and don't repeat is here. And here you have a check. And so you have your choice. I mean, you can say don't repeat for a minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, an hour, or for the day. That's what I've checked. So understand, this is not delayed. You're not getting a delayed alert. It just means that if you chose 1 minute as an example. So you see how you wouldn't have seen RBNE over and over and over again. Let's just say it made a new high at 149.36. Unless it made another new high a minute later, you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see this one here and here and here, if that makes sense. I've just decided I like this so I can go back in time and say, what did it do? What did it do from there? But you don't have to have it. Another reason I like it, it's not even, it's definitely going back in time to seeing what happened. But sometimes you get an alert and nothing has happened for hours. And so you click on and say, oh, okay, well, and then maybe it's starting up. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with the RBNE. I mean, it was, I still have an idea that if it gets through 6, it could go on a late day run. Could. And there's room. I mean, there's room when you look at the next high in the daily, 656 is the next high. So you can kind of see if it took out 6, you could kind of see maybe it goes on a late day run. So I use this more like a watch list also all day long. I don't get too many alerts here. And as far as this is concerned, the earnings. So what I can do is, see, all this is it's the same scan, if this makes sense. You see how big, look how many earnings plays, that are meeting my filter requirements. Wow, we're really in earnings seasons now. So what I do is, I only want to see, say, the top ones, the ones up, and then the ones near the bottom, and I've sorted on the change from the close. You don't have to do that. You know, if you don't mind scrolling down to see the worst one, or if you just care about the top ones, that's fine. But I can give you this. So all I did to get this looking like this is I just duplicated this. And then I sorted on the change from the close. Okay, I sorted on it. So now at a glance, I can see the ones that are down the most, and I can see the ones that are up the most. You know, nobody has to do that, but that's what I did. All right, guys, it is now 2:04. So if there are no more questions, I'll start to wrap this up. William is not keeping the room open after I leave. So, and I have to leave early tomorrow, guys. 10:15 or so, that's my time, 1:15 or so. I have to leave early tomorrow. So, you know, I take my break. Maybe I won't take a long break, but the thing is I hate competing with with whoever takes over for me in our YouTube room, but tomorrow it'll be Andy. So I'll probably be taking off tomorrow at about 1:15. So I'll hang around for another minute in case if there's a question, I'll hang around for another minute. If not, I will wrap this up. So in case there aren't, I just, again, as always, thanks for all the help all day long, everybody. The main room, as in this room, will open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi will do that. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. Both rooms will be, I'll be on the mic for both rooms at around 9, sometime between 9 and 9:15. Oh, okay. Ace. For some reason on my multi-strats I've set up, I'm not getting alerts for a 15-minute opening range break. Well, without seeing the actual filters that you're using, okay, other than the opening range break, it's hard for me to know, but let's just take a look at Mara just out of curiosity. So there's the opening 15-minute candle. So there's the high right there. But okay, if you're asking, because the opening range was broken at 9:35, well, 10 o'clock also, right? Or 9:45. It broke above. You're not going to get repeat alerts if that's what you're asking. But understand that you're not going to get an alert every time it happens. You're only going to get it the first time. Yeah. Okay. So it did happen here at 9:45, and that's the only time you're going to get the alert. I actually asked many, many years ago, many years ago, to have the count filter applied to this. So I wanted to say, okay, and depending on the time frame you wanted, don't show me the first time, don't show me the second time, show me the third time it happens. Okay. Because sometimes you get fake outs, at the beginning of the day. So I thought maybe we could apply the count filter to that particular filter, but I don't know why. Well, I guess anything is possible, but they just never did it. You're welcome. That was, yeah, well, that was relatively easy, but I understand exactly what you're talking about. How come, how come it didn't get me alert right here at around 13 when it happened here? I understand. How hard would that be to do, Pepe, to create the count filter for that, for the opening range break? See, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, so for instance, in the search, you can use a count filter for the new high of the day. Only show me after 25 new highs. Then start to show me. So you can put a minimum number of in this one, the new high alert. So don't show me until 25 new highs have been made. Then I want to know, and then going forward. So that's really simple to do with the new high and the new low. So I thought, well, why can't we do it for, don't like only show me on the 1 minute opening range break the fifth time it happens. Don't don't tell me the first time only and then that's it. Because sometimes you get stocks jumping up and down. 1 minute is a bad example, but a 5 minute or a 15. But for whatever reason, it shouldn't be difficult. I didn't think so, but man, I asked for that many, many years ago. I think even before I was doing this, just as a lowly subscriber. You guys are not lowly. I'm just kidding. Wow. I mean, that is almost as good a move from 247 to 363 on a percentage basis as all the stuff that was happening here. Crazy, isn't it? And it's halted again. Now look where it could open at $4. Yeah, so you can see this this was a 10-minute halt. The one when it got halted at 152, it opened at 202. So this could easily be a 10-minute halt. Excuse me. It got halted at 202. So this could be a 10-minute halt. And it was, yeah, 212. Okay, guys, I think that's it. I'm going to shut down the YouTube room. I don't see any questions there. So I'm going to shut down the YouTube room. So YouTubers, I'll be on the mic tomorrow at around 9 o'clock, sometime between 9 and 9:15. So I'm going to end the stream right now.